should be good to go. I'll just check it's working on my phone. Right. That should be all good. Sounds like it's working on my phone. Alt-tab. Right, yeah, so... By the way, I don't know why they've put these pieces of paper over these first two maps. I've tried clicking on them, there's no new missions, no nothing. But, I don't know, it's just weird. Yeah, anyway, going to be starting this one for like the third time really, but obviously this is the live stream version. I won't read all that again, but something to do with seismic activity. Breaks a train, spills some chemicals, and you got to do stuff. Direct intervention, scouting and removing chemical waste, and indirect assistance with the water purification process. Yeah, I think I'm just going to get links again. Oh, I don't own as many on this account. Is that the good one? Yeah. I've only got 286 grand. That looks tiny compared. I'm used to the more zeros on my normal account. Tom Speed, hi, how's it going, man? Good to have you joining us. And Gangster Elmo, sorry. Hey, ItsMrLoneWolf, how's it going? Crimson R, hello, how's it going, man? Just sucks, I can't play on PS. Why not? Like, are you on about PS5? Well, is it not out for that yet? As well, just randomly, I remember that KSIVA number at the bottom. I've turned it off about 3, 4, 5 times since this patch. It seems to turn it back on every time. Justin Lynch, hi, how's it going, man? Good to have you joining us. Yeah, there's some of the cutscenes as the game kind of gets going. Rebel by choice, morning, mate. How's it going, man? Good to have you joining us. Alright. Let's get going. Do I go for the sketchy rock climb? I'm only not gonna. I'm just curious how much forest I have to cut through. I don't think there's much. But I might try and follow the road straight down instead of, I kind of turn off to the left, which should be the road that I'll pop out on. It's a lot easier with the links versus, well, last time I cut through here was with the Land Rover. It wasn't terrible, to be fair, but not as good as this. Can I squeeze through that gap? That's what she said. We'll make it. Right, well, I assumed there was a road somewhere around here. This might be the very one. Yeah, I'm going to go this way this time. Crimson R, that's my fave. Is what this links. Tom Sweet, sorry, not been on for a while. Currently working away in Skegness. No worries, man. I've been to Skegness. It's a good old place. That was where, when my mum was ill in hospital, my real dad took me and my sister there, and I dug a massive hole. And he got in it, and I buried him pretty much up to his neck. And then the tide started coming in pretty quick, and he was panicking. Pretty funny. Randomly enough, as well, it was like that little a theme park is a stretch, but there's like some arcades and stuff, and you had to buy tokens. It was called like Pleasure World or something like that. And after he died, he had one of those coins glued to the chest of drawers I've got, so he obviously remembered it. Probably more remembered the bit where I buried him and nearly drowned him in the sea. Good times. Yeah, and there was a massive crab there as well in a rock pool. It was a right giant, one of the biggest, probably the biggest crab I've ever seen personally. I'm sure I've seen bigger crabs like on YouTube and whatnot. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Right, I was wondering which way the lynx was facing. Is this way I want to be going roughly? Well, we're gonna head over to that dot. But yeah, it was down here. I was assuming like the train cars are going to block me to a degree. One thing with this Lynx, the steering's not very precise with it because of the fat tyres. I should be able to get through there, but just thinking about it, is that metal post? Like, yeah, I think that's not knockdownable. I can move these things, apparently. Give me a bit of a squeeze. Might just be better seeing if I can go under there and that, to be honest. I don't really see, like, by the time I've pulled that enough out of the way, I think it'll block this gap and stop me getting back through there anyway. You can see there's a staircase in the background though. Let's go and investigate. Might have to go to third pet or whatever. Driver's seat mode. I don't want to knock them off yet. I assume you might have to at some point for a mission, or maybe they're just there as, like, I don't know, steel pipes for a future mission. Just climb over this. It might tip, but I'm hoping I can reach. Oh, now reverse. Oh, we're all good. Well, say we're all good. We got past that bit. Is that Ford Tough 83? Good evening, Wolf. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Crimson, recover everything. If still mess, drive a scout about for 5 minutes. Sorry, I might have missed a few comments there. Is your game, like, was a save file corrupted or something? I did this last time. The wheel dug in and kind of, yeah. Pretty much identical to what happened last time. Oh, I kind of span all the way around this time, mate. For some reason, it doesn't like getting through here going forwards. It doesn't seem too keen on going backwards either, to be fair. It should get up here. Yeah, it did that pretty much last time. It was like backwards for some reason. It didn't tip me over. Justin Lynch, poor PS4. Load times are getting pretty long with the content that the game has now. Is that on... Oh, you want about SnowRunner even? I was looking through, Steam earlier. The good news is... Well, they had an offer that had a load of the DLC included with it. That one's now expired. They've got an offer on the season 5 or year 5 pass, whatever, that's got 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And then I was adding everything to my car, and it's going to be about 120 quid for the lot. So I'll get it pretty soon. But yeah, that was again, the good news is at least the like the year 5 anniversary edition, whatever, is a little bit cheaper. But yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff. Even beyond like the 5-year passes, or yeah, you know what I mean. Right, next thing is to move this vehicle. Get the base unlocked. I might just, again, last time, well, on the test server I was able to go that way. It just was not happening yesterday. It just kept getting stuck every 2 seconds. So yeah, I ended up recovering back to here and just drive around, like, it's technically a slightly longer way. I'd rather go that way, cutting through like the gully or whatever, but for some reason this thing was not up to it. Whereas on the test server version, something felt different about how the vehicles kind of behaved, which personally felt like an improvement to me, but obviously if it's the test server they might just be trying it out. It doesn't appear it's been carried over to the game yet. It wasn't just that bit. There was like, when I was driving the Land Rover, that felt slightly different in a sort of good way. It almost felt like the vehicles were a bit heavier. It felt a bit more realistic in some sense. Like, yeah, this thing is just not cutting it. Should be alright now. I've got to go up the hill. It's not going to be the fastest thing, but shouldn't get stuck anymore. Rebel. Oh, sorry, I can just see Gangster Elmer. How old are you, Mr. Lone Wolf? You appear to have lived quite a life so far. How old am I? 36, I think. Yeah. Pretty sure I'm 36. I'd be willing to put money on it. Yeah, sorry, I saw Rebel. Yeah, you've started a hard mode. I'm tempted to myself. Obviously, I'm still like, I'm going to have to restart basically another playthrough, which I don't mind inherently, but obviously all the videos I've done, I've already done the videos, and I don't think it'll be too much different in the scheme of things with hard mode. So I'll either have to play through the entire game again, kind of on the side, no point in really making videos of it, just to get to say like this level of progression, and then I could carry on Contamination and all that. But yeah, I'm more likely to, because at least in this one it's like there seems to be different modifiers you can do, and at least, for example, if I did start a hard mode, I probably would still just make the vehicles free. Again, only for the purposes of like I can get everything quicker and get back to where I'd have something to make videos on. But you do like restarting the games, don't you? Oh shit, I wasn't looking where I was going. Gritty Kitty, I got stuck in that trench in my first playthrough and quit. Yeah, that's what. Well, the test server version I got through twice, and then yeah, I basically felt like that yesterday. That's why I was like, nah, sod it, I'll just recover before it annoys me any more than it needs to. Oh yeah, an infrastructure route somewhere. These ones. Yeah, these still put me off a little bit, but as someone said, like, it might help you judge the corners, which I can see once you move it around like that. I get what they're saying. Personally, I probably would still turn them off, but I do, like, from that point of view, that's a pretty good point. Like, in theory, you should be able to figure out, like, that should then be a line that's alright for them. We'll see, though, because, again, the AI are a bit questionable. They don't necessarily listen to the line that you draw. Oh, they always get stuck on this bit as well. I think going a bit wider might help. That's what she said. I'm not too keen on this garage. There's too much, or base, there's too much crap everywhere. Hopefully, they should tick along. Oh, I've got to kind of wait. Because I need the base unlocked. I was going to try and just skip ahead and get some, what do you call it, bridge layers and all that. For Tough, yeah, I'm disappointed they axed Kelly. Yeah, I'm not sure if they have, but it appears like she ain't popped up since I've been playing this Contamination, and by now I'm like 13% through, so it seems that way, which, yeah, I think was, now that she's in the game, I think they should carry on having her in the game. Kind of like, at least when she popped up, you knew you'd kind of completed a mission, and it'll either tell you what you did or what you're about to do. Yeah, a few people I remember at the beginning said they didn't like her, which is fair enough. I can see why it drives some people mad. But yeah, I didn't mind her now. What the hell? You're going to be my wife someday, Kelly. Where are you? But yeah, obviously, I suppose in the scheme of things, I mean, there's like a voice actor, but they only really had the overlay picture of her. If you know, as in like, there wasn't, other than the voice acting itself, there wasn't a whole lot of investment into the character that was Kelly, because it was just the same picture. But nonetheless, I think, yeah, they should get her back in to do some more lines for the DLC maps and that as well. Oh, they actually made it through there this time, going a little bit wider. Can land on. Yeah, normally you need that mule to help boost them through. Again, I've kind of got to wait for a second for them to get there. Rebel, don't need a sand scrapper, or scalper, do you mean? Sand everywhere. Was that, sorry, on this map, do you mean? Did the people that stole the black box off her? Yeah, true, you never know. Some shady things, like I said, she had the Epstein files. And bam, gone. Yeah, chilling with Jimmy Hoffa by now. Rebel, I wrote on your post what I did. I'm playing 2 slots. Oh, are you? Yeah, again, it's like, well, I've already got 2 slots, like, because I do 1 playthrough as, like, to make the videos, and then 1 to do the live stream. So, starting another one. Again, I probably will, because I do want to mess around with some of the, like, map modifiers and all the rest of it. I wish there was an option to essentially copy and paste a save slot, and then preferably, you know, be able to, like, adjust modifiers on that without having to play the entire game through again. But it doesn't appear to be the case. Right, got that. I might as well buy some of these. One of them. One of them. 51 grand, that's not cheap. Not a cheap one. Oh yeah, as well, I assume it's either on this map or the next one, but it was saying in the details as a TUZ-119, and in like quotes it said MUT, and obviously it's not on here, but it did say it was a rusty version, so there is some vehicle. I assume it's got to be kind of out there that we'll discover at some point. Was there any other vehicle I really need? Oh yeah, the mule, that one. So that's only 27 grand. That's not too bad. Might have to, well, not now, but go back to my, what's it, the Sandswept map. I spawned loads of cargo, thankfully, because I believe, I've heard they've patched that now. What is it I want first? I could probably do one on the bridge layers. Yeah, I may as well. I've got to go and find it. They're usually at the bottom, which I don't know why. It's only a little detail, but it'd be nice if the vehicles you use more often, or the vehicles you just bought, were near the top of the list, preferably. That thought of holding her for ransom in the next DLC. Exactly. You'll have to be like, pay $3.99 to add Kelly back to the game. Dallin Rex. After about 25, we just guess how old we are when someone asks. Yeah, I must admit, it just goes by like a blur. I'm pretty certain I am 36. 37 this year. But yeah, it does ever since like, yeah, probably 18, 19. Oh shit. This is where I wanted to put the bridge. Yeah, beyond then, it's just kind of like, yeah, about there. Mid-30s-ish. The trench down from the first base, is it this one you're on about? I know it's got those 2 concrete slabs there. To be honest, I more just did this for the sakes of, like, the footage and that, if you know what I mean. I just used it as a place to demonstrate this. To be fair, there probably is more, I don't know, more useful ways to spend bridge layers. But for now, I've got to lower it a bit more. Yeah, particularly on live streams, usually the quickest option. Oh yeah, I can see the other 2 slabs are behind there. And then I could do really with bringing a mulcher. Ah, the bastard, it's normally at the top of the list for me of the playthrough. Do I even own? I might just take this one. I don't know if I own the other one on my Livestream playthrough version. Rebel, paved a road from Harbour Base to the transit point. Which map's that on, sorry? Built concrete bridge to get GDP. Goddamn professional. Only tool 2 slabs. Oh, you on about, is it called Aftermath? Kelly, still on the first set of maps. Yeah, they just seem to have, I assume, like, you know, the voice actress, they got her to do X amount of the game and then probably just called it a day there, because I sort of noticed near the end of Colonel, it seemed like a lot of the missions towards the end of that she didn't appear on, which was weird, because it was like you'd sort of think she'd be yapping away with like some of the last missions you do. I think the final side mission was like she didn't pop up or anything, and then yeah, like I say, not heard her since on this DLC, so it's not looking good. Oh, this thing's not quite as fast as the yeah, Aramatsu thing, Mulcher, whatever it's called. Can't use new trucks on the first 8 maps in hard mode. Oh, can you not? Does it just not appear? I wonder if they'll change that at some point. That's a bit of a shame. I mean, I've on you know, on these playthroughs and that, I have already completed them, but yeah, I kind of assumed that they would. Yeah, like you'd be able to use the bridge layers and go back and kind of. I was assuming there'll be like various bits of the map that I'd. I don't know. It could change the way you do the maps if you had the bridge layers on some of the earlier ones. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming they'll add them at some point. I think if not, they should at least put a message on there to make it pretty clear before you buy it that they'll only work in like the new DLC maps. So, I mean, all the good stuff's at the bottom. Where my mulcher's basically got stuck because there's a hole in the road, I could use another bridge layer, but I've tended to find you need to lay some sand on the road anyway, really, otherwise the Azov vehicles can't climb it, so at that point I may as well just fill that gap in the road and then carry on sort of doing the rest, although I am going to have to bring a scalper as well. I was tempted earlier to fire this up and kind of like get these little bits done first, but I was thinking there's no point really, because part of the point of the live stream is to have the game footage, and yeah, since it is a new DLC and all that, I'm kind of got it on live stream starting from scratch. I think the main things I want to get done tonight, I hopefully should get a bit further, but getting the other base unlocked, getting the construction depot and stuff like that unlocked. I like getting all that sort of stuff done, and then after that, yeah, start chipping away at missions. I want to do at some point one of these new ones where you've got to carry cargo, and apparently the rougher you drive, the less money you get or something, the more you damage them. We'll see. Dallin Rex, ditching her altogether seems a little severe when they could have just given you a setting to turn her off. Yeah, true, exactly, that's what I mean. Like, I only heard 1 or 2 people sort of like, right when, you know, the first day or so of the game coming out, that they were saying Kelly does their head in. Other than that, I've not heard anything bad. I think most people just kind of got used to Kelly popping up when you've done a mission and all the rest of it, so I kind of assumed after that it was sort of mostly positive feedback regarding Kelly, but yeah, not so sure now. Or it could just be classic, like, company penny pinching money saving measures where they don't want to pay her another $100 to come in and do another day's worth of voice acting or something. Right, I will obviously patch that up a bit better soon. I just Just, I'll clear the road enough, because I'm going to have to bring a scalper down. It's so annoying that it keeps making you go out of mulcher mode, just to go a bit faster. Rebel, Kelly's carrying my baby. That's why she's off maternity leave. This mulcher definitely is a lot more relaxed with when it considers it's mulching trees. The other one, even though it's quicker to move around all the rest of it, yeah, those black like spikes that are at the top of it block you more than it does anything else. Oh, for some reason this one's like acting like I could drive straight through it. Yeah, there's the patch of sand I can get the scalper to. Revo, got all the good trucks from the start at no dollars. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of happy with doing that, even on a hard mode, because I've already, like, I understand the concept of you complete missions and you save money up, but I've done that by now, so yeah, I'm quite happy just to basically buy all the vehicles back for free at that point. Will Holden Harrison, howdy. How's it going, man? Good to have you joining us. For tough, she gets around, Rebel. I'd make her take a DNA test, exactly. So I got quite a few on the hook. Could be carrying Loaf's baby for all we know. The old Loaf like, he's goddamn professional. Didn't put it past him. Done. Okay, so. What kind of game doesn't let you mulch portally? Right, that'll do. Well, that's a start. Now we need a scalper. Oh, at least the scrolling's working at the minute. Yeah, again, look, garage is too cluttered. And it aims you this way. It'd be better if it aimed you towards the exit. See, the rain's back in full force. This is the kind of rain that it's bordering on, like, it half blocks the screen out. It's a little on the excessive side. Was it Colonel? I think it was. They had rain on that, I'm sure, but it wasn't this crazy. Rebel. In garage, but they say kit. The way I set it up is great. Even painted my trucks olive grab. You do. I've seen you a few of your videos where you're tweaking the colours. Still won't let me have truck in company name. That's weird, isn't it? They seem a bit oversensitive with that. I tried to call it like goddamn horse company or whatever, and it wouldn't let me put damn. And I even tried spelling it like, you know, a dam, and it still said no. And in the game has a dam in it on Deluge. Typical. Can't even like spam the crane legs with this one. Oh, I have to ram it with a bicycle. Probably can't even go back at this point. Now I've got to get the bicycle over there though, which is easier said than done. Probably better in reverse. I don't really fancy its chances of getting its chin over there. Or trucking is offensive. Yeah, I don't know, like some of the, again I was sort of saying it's a separate thing, but with YouTube, how many comments they delete and censor, and it's like, I didn't even say anything, like there's no rude words, there's nothing. It seems to, yeah, pluck random words that it suddenly gets offended by. I remember years ago, I can't remember what the game was, but I was playing a game and I said... Someone said something, I was like joking, and I said, oh, you're taking the mick. And someone was like, oh, you can't put that as a racial slur. And it was like, what? Two of my mates are called Mick. And yeah, apparently because it's like an Irish slur, which is like, yeah, it can be, but... I don't know, I don't even think the Irish give a shit about that. I don't even know if it's strictly like calling an Irish a Mick. I don't even know if it's a bad thing. But yeah, nonetheless, it was like, yeah, I know people called Mick. Like, you can't really censor a word that a chunk of the population are named. But they were. What a pain in the arse. What it needs is a longer ramming. It's usually the cause of and solution to most of life's problems. So this is why more things need winches in this game. It's just... you're dealing with like a hitbox issue where the crane legs are just catching on the hitbox. I mean, at this point, I'm going to bring a Vostok down. I don't know if it'll help, but I'm going to need one here anyway after I've laid sand. Failing this, I'm sending the loaf. At that point, I'm not even worried. He will successfully remove that scalper. Crimson Art. I thought about going around Kernel with a scalper and find the insane sand spots and post it on Reddit to help out. Yeah, like that's why I left sort of the locations I found in the videos. I don't know if he has, but there was a guy, was it called like Building Factory or something? He made a video on Deluge of the different spots. And I believe he was trying to catalogue like different locations. I don't know if he ever did make a video on Kernel or anything though. But yeah, pretty handy like to figure out where they are, and yeah, like Reddit posts, whatever, to let people know, because it's a pain in the arse really, and it's a bit of a biggie that I think they need to fix sooner rather than later, because it honestly takes a lot of fun out of the game when, I don't know, you just kind of expect the scalper, like you've bought it, paid for it, drove it to roughly where you want to deploy it, and then it starts hassling you. Yeah, it just kind of like, I ended up, I mean, you bring the scalper on the assumption that it's going to save you time, and then you end up wasting another hour or two trying to find somewhere you can place it. All because I'm just like technically hooked on that lip of sand. Might have flattened it out, we'll see. Oh, still not happy about it. Oh, I'm probably hitting this tree at this point. No, I think I've pretty much rammed it into the tree in that case. I'll have to bring this slow bastard back. I don't think that tree's the reason. I think I am beached, but I think after ramming it with the Vostok and the Bicycle thing, I've kind of now the trailer's caught on. Funnily enough, I normally trim that tree stump, and this was the one time I was like, nah, it'll be fine. Straight the way it gets me. Crimson R, damn phone. Yeah, I mean, that's the way I tried spelling damn, and it still wasn't having it. Rebel, enjoying new hard mode, that's what she said. On my normal playthrough, I've gotten the good crane. Yeah, I like the Epic the most. It's a little... There are situations where it's a little bit tippy versus the Zix one is like got a bit of a longer, bigger, bulkier chassis. Seems a bit more weight to it, but that's for like extreme lifting, trying to lift like the bowhead and all that sort of stuff. But for normal things, yeah, the Epic, it's got good turning circle, good reach and all the rest of it. speed. Maybe Kelly is cheating on us with a loaf. Exactly, that's where they've both been. Can't mulch here, what are you talking about? Mulch wherever I like. Attempt number 7. No, I was going to say, like, it's not just that tree, but obviously at that point, I wasn't going to get any further than that. What I have noticed as well, by the way, this is random, but you know if I, like, use this way to switch to, say, that, before I even switch, you see how it's automatically put the handbrake on? But if you go, like... Oh, sorry, I pressed it too long. If you just press it and switch that way, it should still have the handbrake off. And it's random, but it's one of them things where between like switching vehicles to try and ram a vehicle out of a ditch because you haven't got winches on all of them. And then on top of that, when you actually switch the vehicle, it puts the handbrake on, so sort of makes you... the vehicle you're now trying to push immediately. You see how, like, again, switching it just automatically puts the handbrake on this. What is the scalper doing? Like it was rolling back. Alright, finally free from there. I can see why the bloody Azov's struggling along this road now. Talon Rex, imagine being in one of those toilets when someone mulches the door off, exactly. They'd shit themselves, but should I be credited for helping them at that point? Like, if ever you want to shit yourself, it's probably when you sat on the toilet. I have to send them a bill afterwards for my services rendered. In fact, did I switch? Oh no, it did. Sometimes you switch a bit too quick, it stops the animation of the scalper before it's finished, and then there still is no sand radius. Excuse me. For some reason, it seems to take longer to fully fill the dumper truck now. I don't know why. It was not in the most recent patch. Probably somewhere around 2.0, maybe one after that or whatever. Most of it fills up pretty quickly, and then like the last bit, you just see it kind of spends quite a while just sprinkling the last few tons on the top. I think normally it'd be done by about now. See, it's like an extra, probably, I don't know, 5 or 8 seconds per filling. That'll add up when you're doing stuff like filling the concrete slab facility. And that's how I reckon I know it's taken longer, because I have literally watched this thing fill up, I don't know, 1,500 times while I was doing that concrete slab facility, so I got used to how long it took. Like, normally I'd already know you could, like, do it now and set off and all the rest of it. And you'd sort of time it perfectly with when it had just finished filling with sand, whereas, yeah, it definitely takes longer these days. As well, it could do with being able to tip back a few more degrees, just because the last bit of sand always... In the end, I kind of figured out as well, it's sort of quicker to just start putting the bucket down and getting another load of sand, really, instead of trying to wait for that last little bit to dribble out of that. It's going to be a bit of a wonky road, this one. Rebel, check out my post I said earlier when you said 30 minutes. Got what I did. Oh yeah, fair enough, I will do. Funnily enough, it does. I don't know if it brings them up in my comments. It's random, but just now you mention it, I'm just thinking, like, I never really see anything like replies to when I post saying, like, I'm doing a live stream in 30 minutes and all that. we'll see. I'm trying to do it as minimally as possible. At least we've already got this down here now. It's a bit cockeyed, but as long as it can get up there. Hopefully, yeah, I was going to say, it should backfill itself a little bit. Hopefully I don't need to do any more. The Azov should be able to get up that. Yeah, I don't know actually. We'll see. I wouldn't put money on it. To be fair, I think out of all the vehicles that are kind of intentionally not very good, I think the Azov is the fairest balanced. It's about how I expect it to be. Like the semi-truck, for example, I think is just a piss taker. Like, it's way more annoying than it should be. But yeah, I think the Azov is about fair, all things considered, that it's like only rear wheel drive and all the rest of it. I do like that it kind of spreads the sand out, like even if you haven't quite got sand this far over, I like that it just kind of fills it evenly all the way along. Rebel. I can have Rebel by choice as a company name. I had a good rant Thursday or Friday. Surprised I'm still here. Need to up my anxiety meds. Sometimes you've got to have a good rant. When my mum come round on Friday, I had to explain to her how central banking is basically slavery. Took a while, but she agrees. Hard mode quarry on trial, sand everywhere. Both first two maps, solid sand. What is that? Yeah, I considered putting sand everywhere. It was one of them where I was like, considering how long it took me to fill the concrete slab facility. Obviously, I wouldn't have to layer the sand as deep everywhere, but yeah, it'd take a bloody good while. It's a pretty good effort if you got that done. Sand there. Wasn't spreading it that far. Oh, trivial. Sorry, one sec. There's a bit of the other window blocking the comments. There we go. That's better. Crimson R, true. Rebel, seems like Minuteman drinks a litre every 6 seconds. Yeah, I did notice. It was only on the player test server thing where I was able to, like, I added fuel and all the rest of it. And I think I even said it in there. It might have been the bridge layer thing, but by the time I even drove it out of the garage, it would use like 17 litres or something ridiculous. It does seem a little bit eager on how quick it does drink fuel. I did notice the loaf is a goddamn professional. He's got like, I think he's got 100 litres with him as well. Then obviously they've added the fuel truck. I'm not actually sure how much that's got in it. I didn't check. So even like that little thin layer it's putting on the edge, at least that stops like the ground deforming pretty much. It'll do. At least the Azovs do actually drive along sand, unlike the bloody semi-trucks. I was hoping, but it never really happens, that I could push a bit of sand over here. But yeah, it kind of chews down and then lays it back afterwards, so there's still going to be a bit of a lump. We'll see. Hopefully I can get away with the Azovs getting up there, but again, don't hold your breath for them. I think it's when I'm trying to do like high-speed route laying that the cab of that ghost vehicle kind of just makes me think it's my line for a second and sort of makes me swerve off a bit. See, like that lamppost being there is a bigger pain because when you bring these round, it's like, yeah, it's exactly where you don't want it to be. Right, let's leave them going for a minute. Pretty sure. Yeah, that is that one. Oh, for God's sake. Oh yeah, deliver this bloody object. I'm not gonna do like, as much as I was having fun doing it, I won't build a bridge across there. I'll have to move them out of the way. Grab that thing and go back round. I might just send this in quickly because I'm just thinking the vehicle I bring might not have a winch. It might make it a bit more of a pain to move those train carriage things. Oh, we missed that fence. Let me just... oh, they're over here. Crap. I was trying to read the comments. It's weird as well. I had a dream like 3 or 4 days ago that someone was commenting saying, I don't like watching anyone live stream. And I was like, why? And they're like, because everybody crashes. And then it was, I don't know, I just remember being like, yeah, but it's 'cause it wasn't even about me. It was just more like, I think I ended up being like, yeah, but it's just because whilst they're live streaming, they've got to try and read comments and all sorts. It was only like a brief bit, but it just made me laugh when I woke up. I've never had a dream about a stream before. Do you know what kind of like, not freaked me out earlier, but like, there was a video on YouTube and there ended up being like, someone was riding, well not someone, it looked like the Flat Eric guy that sang that puppet thing that sang the song, was riding its motorcycle and then it kept hearing clanking, so it kept looking around thinking like, is something broken on the motorcycle, and then in the end it wakes up from a dream and it's a prison guard like rattling the bars telling him to wake up. And then it was like, someone was saying, yeah, that's the worst thing about being in prison, was every time you dream that you're not in prison. You know, you just don't specifically dream like in the context of being in prison. So every time you wake up, you remember that you are in prison, and it was like, god damn, that sounds more depressing than being in prison. Just the part where you wake up and realise you are. What the hell managed to fail? How? How did you end that up there? See what I mean? Whatever line it draws, they don't seem to listen to him anyway. He would not be on that angle. Nah, fuck it, I may as well just change the bloody route at this point. Goes. At least I can do another mission whilst they're struggling. Right, I've got them out of the way. So now I may as well get the new mule thing. What is it actually called? I keep calling it mule thing. Oh, Trailblazer. It's still a mule, but it helps to have a different word for it, so I can distinguish it from the normal one. Oh yeah, is the sideboard... I'm pretty sure it looks about the same size, but that cargo container I had to pick up yesterday was a right whopper. No chance of fitting in there. Have they failed again? Or have they failed again? It says they have, but I remember, again, since about patch 2.0-ish, there seemed to be a bit of a delay. Yeah, like, it's triggered saying it's failed, but I've since fixed it, but it's still saying in the top corner, But now I've gone into the menu, now it goes away. So I might place those concrete beams over the bridge, but just not right now. I can always do it. Now I've got like the stream fired up. I just wanted to leave it earlier to be like I freshly start the game and all the rest of it, but yeah, now I've got the playthrough. Like between this week and next week, I could possibly go back there and pick my bridge back up and put the concrete slabs down properly. Turn circle's still pretty good on this. Or this version. Jesus Christ, a lot of fucking tree stumps. It'd probably help if I was tracking the mission. Definitely would help. I don't even know if I'm in the right location. Oh, there it is. Close enough. Right, so after I grab that, I'm going to go back over here, because I think that for now, at least on this side, like that's the only bridge I can get over. Again, there's not, I don't know, maybe a bridge layer. It's not really worth it. Yeah, and then essentially heading all down here to that location. Oh yeah, I remember ramming through here. I don't know why it says stop. See, I don't know, it looks like it has sort of a lock over the gate, but I don't know, you just crash into them and they seem to sod off pretty nicely. That'll do. Yeah, see, like this cargo container looking thing, I suppose it's not strictly a cargo container, but cosplaying as one. What the? Oh yeah, because the what do you call it? AI route got there. Dallin Rex, have to leave the trees around every once in a while to remind yourself of why you remove them. It's true. Every now and then they get a pass. God, I wish you could break that fucking thing. See, I didn't have them problems when I built my sturdy bridge. I suppose at some point, I don't know, could either fill it all with sand. I mean, it probably would make sense just to build a bridge. It's got the nice, like, bridge things each side. I was trying to turn there, but I'm kind of riding along the rail tracks, so it wasn't letting me. It's your fault, game. The one making me ride along the line of the rail track. Yeah, I ain't got high hopes of delivering these pieces of sensitive cargo. Do they not know that ItsMrLoneWolf Deliverers does not guarantee the condition of your package once it arrives, just that it will get there? Oh, shit, we got a bit eager. Ah, crap, can we enter the menu quick enough? Can escape this time. Why can't it just go this speed without having to go through 8 million gears first? It was quite enjoyable for about 4 entire seconds. Rebel. Sand is available because I set a quarry. Oh, to trivia. Oh, yeah. Do you know what? I didn't change that on my test server thing, and I kind of, when I read it afterwards, I was like, damn, I wish I had. Yeah, if I do start a hard mode, I definitely will be setting that to the same, just to, yeah, so the scalper isn't, just, yeah, as you were saying, isn't needed anymore. It's the best way with that thing, at least until they fix it. Got fuel off on hard mode, as well as convoy difficulty and gearbox. Yeah, I mean, again, the fuel, I'm interested in trying it out, but from how quick I seen like how much it was drinking, it just becomes one of them things where it's just another number that's going to deplete to 0 over time. I can spawn fuel trucks and all the rest of it, so I'm not against them adding it or anything. I think it's a good thing they've added it, but I'm not gagging to add it either way, like, because it, yeah, it just sort of becomes another thing. New Mule looks right with big tyres. Yeah, it certainly suits it a lot better. Overall, I think it's not bad. It seems still a bit meh with the gearbox. It could just be me. It feels like it's a tiny bit tippier, but I wouldn't say tippy, though. I think the original Mule is quite sort of generous with what it takes to actually tip it over. This one just feels like a slight bit less, but still reasonable. Yeah, when I was pushing some stuff up to clear the area yesterday, which I'm going to have to do on this thing as well, actually, it felt like it was decent at pushing stuff away. It just didn't instantly, like, run out of grip or whatever. So, yeah, overall, I sort of quite like it. I like the fact that it's a crane variant as well, so it is actually usable and useful. Sadly, and I mean, even in SnowRunner, really, the vast majority of vehicles, I end up putting a crane on them as well. It's just handier with a crane, even if you, like, the next mission you do may not need a crane, but even then in SnowRunner, I used to put a crane on just about everything. If I could, anyway. I know sometimes there's, like, you can't necessarily fit a crane, a sideboard, and then it might not let you get a trailer as well, so there might be certain situations. Yeah, this seems like it wants to tip going along here. Maybe it's because last time I went to the effort of getting that generator thing I'm driving with kind of more flush into the sideboard, so it might have kept the weight a bit lower, but I was thinking about tipping then, and I managed to roll it somewhere here, so I'm being a bit more delicate this time. Oh yeah, at least I remembered to bring the bloody thing I've got to deliver. Like I said, the first time I did it, I thought I was collecting something from here. So I drove all the way down here, and rolled, and drove a bloody Land Rover down here. And then after all that, I had to restart anyway. Shove that out of the way, because I'll have to at some point anyway. Rebel got 22 metal beams on Roadcraft from recycling the water tower on Sojourn. Oh yeah, I can't remember if I left it in the video and mentioned it. I think I did at some point, but yeah, caching them, I ignored them on I think it was Sojourn. I didn't cache them in or anything. It was on Sandswept. I cached them in near the steel pipes and steel beams facility on that map. Had some laying around nearby, and yeah, they cash in for bloody loads. I think you get, like, might have been 8 or 9 steel pipes per half of it, and then yeah, the beams was like 11 or 13 or something ridiculous it gave you. It's pretty decent. Like, pays out way more than any of the other stuff, really. I don't think I've done any of those side missions, or even on the other playthrough. What's this one? Oh yeah, reach location. Fair enough. Get that done. Not look too healthy around here. Zoltan Patofi, or Patofi, you have a bridge next to where you pick up that container. Just have to turn back with a crane. What's that, sorry? You have a bridge next to where you pick up that container. Are you on about this container that I got? Where was it? Oh, you on about? Sorry, is there? Oh, is that a bridge? Fair enough. I've never even. I've not even uncovered the clouds. Not only on this playthrough, even on the other ones. Yeah, true. So I wouldn't have had to have gone round that way. Where does it actually connect to? So what's nearby? The links was somewhere. Yeah, let's go and have a little look. Oh, frame rate, don't do it. Do you know what? It looks like it's. It's not actually done it. Oh, there you go. It's gone. That's the first time I've seen it do that since, I don't know, a good few weeks. I've been getting frame rate stutters going on, particularly since this new patch. But I've not had it where it sort of stays doing that. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's going to make it a bit difficult to cross, though. Wishful thinking, but I was hoping I'll be able to pull it and swing it around. It's not looking like I can. Not even remotely. There might be some button or mission. Probably not a button on this game, I suppose, but maybe a mission will make it swivel back. We'll see. Yeah, cheers for letting us know that. I didn't even like. Again, it's still covered in cloud for me. Oh yeah, there is. I just thought for a second that was the edge of the map. It was a bit shorter than I remember. Right. Oh yeah, establish a new base. That's what I want to do. I like as well that they've added that these now connect as lines. I may as well just do the same thing again. Go over there. Or just go up that way. We'll figure the rest out. Ford Tough, I'm just glad your straps don't magically let go when you turn over like on SnowRunner. Yeah, I agree. That's a big improvement, I think, on this game. It is annoying when everything comes loose every time you roll over on SnowRunner. It's alright for a while, maybe, but then eventually it's like, look, we all know I'm going to roll, it's all going to fall off, I'm going to bring a crane, I'm going to load it all back on. It's just an inevitability. At least this game does skip that bit of hassle. That's the reason in the end on SnowRunner why I slightly preferred the sideboards over the flatbeds, even though I think the flatbeds tend to look nicer on some vehicles. But yeah, sometimes if you didn't fully roll, you had a little bit of a second chance. Like you might tip over, but it might just be hanging on in there in the sideboard. Whereas yeah, like the flatbed, once it let go, pretty much instantly sliding off at that point. I thought as well when they added this DLC in that, I'm sure someone said, so I don't think it was technically the devs or anything, I thought we were going to be able to toggle our lights on and off, but as far as I'm aware, there is no way to do that I know of. Pretty sure I got up this hill just fine yesterday. Yeah, there's 2 logs there. Not that, I mean, there's plenty of trees on this map, so it probably won't really be that needed, but they are there. Rebel, I'm on 7 videos, still opening maps. Hope to open all 3 before 12 videos. Oh, yeah, is it because you're going back through, like, another playthrough? What the hell have I hit? Bloody railroad things that are unkillable. Rebel, 22 beams for just 1 tower. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Like, I was quite pleasantly surprised when I realised it was paying that well. Oh, shit. It's a bit on the narrow side. On the steering. Imprecision doesn't really help. Let's see, though, in theory, it should. Oh, it gets wobbly, though. Nailed it. Loaf trained. Zoltan, yes. And down. Yeah, I'll have to see with that bridge what actually makes it fold the right way. It'll be pretty handy once that's going, because that even looks like it sort of goes on to the next lot of islands as well. Doesn't really feel like the game, this map is made up of loads of little islands, but obviously you kind of like the top right of the map is like its own little spot. And then I think like now, I mean it's probably not like shitloads of little islands, but I mean obviously all down here seems better, but there's water all running along there. I think there is more water and that going on all over here. I think that might be its own little island. That's obviously its own little island. Overall though, sort of first impressions-ish, I'm 13% of the way through the map. Yeah, overall I think it's a pretty decent job they've done on this map. Feels like enough balance between there's some more difficult routes, some easier routes, some quirky ones. Obviously you've got plenty of bridges that you seem, at some point you're going to be able to fix back in place or build your own or put a bridge layer, or in the case of that pivoting bridge, kind of swing it back in place somehow. Yeah, it just seems pretty cool so far. Like, it definitely seems more difficult, as in it's not just like a complete walk in the park of a map, but at the same time it doesn't feel like a complete piss take that tries to get you stuck every 2 seconds. Bit like, what was it, Aegis installation or whatever on SnowRunner. Although I kind of have, I don't know, one of these love it, hate it kind of memories with that bloody map on SnowRunner. Yeah, plan this route. Well, I may as well get it done, but I'm probably going to have to lay another road. I don't think there's, no, there's not really going to be any easier way to get it there. Yeah, that tree looks like it cuts over more, because even if you clip the very edge of the trees, they're a right pain in the ass, but I don't know if it's like the shadow of the tree makes it look like it's further across the road than it is, or if just the bird's eye view makes it look a bit different, but when I did it yesterday, there does seem like there's enough room to go round without actually, like, driving off the road. Yeah, at this point, I may as well spawn another bicycle thing. At least I own quite a few of these. And it already comes with 1 lot of sand, but yeah, activate this for 4. It's not bad. I find in the scheme of things, obviously you can see there's a little quarry there. That's my scalper. So I suppose this is worth doing. It's a bigger radius than the scalper. But yeah, in the scheme of things, there doesn't seem to be, like, much coverage on this map. Thankfully, though, they do appear to have put, like, little piles of sand that seem a bit more obvious. So hopefully in the scheme of things, you can sort of deploy the scalper a bit less annoyingly than like on Deluge and so on. Zoltan Patofi, crane can. Fair enough, cheers man, I'll take one down and we'll give it a go in a minute. Get one of the big cranes out. Axle Deep. I still need to make it back into Roadcraft. I've been playing Expeditions a little again today. How are you finding it with that game? I've kind of, to be honest, not played it since I just finally was like, fuck it, but it was annoying me a bit anyway, but it was in slight defence of that game. I was getting blue screens so often, I just kept losing all my progress when I was trying to rescue. I think it's like the dolphin truck, basically. That's what I call it. Yeah, and it just was doing my head in. But obviously, that was fairly early on when it came out. There's been a lot of tweaks and stuff, I'm sure. One day I'll probably go back on it and check it out. Rebel by choice. Hey Wolf, Axel is here. I told you about. Oh, is it? Is that the dude? Yeah, how's it going, man? Zoltan, not mission related. Yeah, fair enough. Cheers, man. I'll just get this road done and then I'll go and grab a big crane and we'll drive it down there and see what happens. Yeah, one more should do us. I obviously sanded all round here and that yesterday, but as of yet, I don't think I need to. Well, there's the Azov. It's about as close as you can cut it. I assume he'll probably get stuck anyway, but you never know. There's a tiny chance he won't. But he's going to get rammed in a minute anyway by one of these. Hello, menu. That was weird. It all like froze up then and stopped working for a second. Yeah, it looks like the Azov's stuck anyway. Sorry, because he does Roadcraft, AT, oh yeah, American Truck Simulator and SnowRunner. Shit. Sand flattening mode. Axle Deep. I'm still pretty new to YouTube, still learning the ropes. Yeah, no, it's good though, man. It's I quite like it, making videos. Well, most of the time, anyway. It depends what. To be fair, like this week, just typical sod's law. On Monday night or / Tuesday morning, I suppose for me. That like I've done that nerve in my back or whatever again. It hadn't. It's the first time it's happened properly since I went to the chiropractor, which must have lasted quite a while because I think that was at like the beginning of the year. But yeah, that's made it like. Thankfully, I thought originally this DLC was coming out on Tuesday. And then I realised it was Thursday, which, yeah, on Tuesday I was like, it was pretty damn painful. And I was like, oh, thank God for that, because it's not playing the game, but sitting on this chair is just like, it's making the nerve in my back or whatever hurt quite a bit. Still is today, but not as bad. Yeah, so stuff like that. It's kind of like, takes the edge off a bit. But other than that, it can be quite chill, sort of, making videos. Right. What have I got to do? Tell him to carry on. Typical, I'll be amazed if he gets out of that. Nah, let's just accept the inevitable. Probably move that over a bit. So he'll probably drive off the corner there, although there is those planks as well. Right, while he's going, yeah, let's get a big crane and go and check that bridge out for science. Where are you? That'll do. Probably a bit eager to turn. Oh, I don't know. Not quite. Oh, it does. Ah, it's typical. It was skimming off it, but then the crane got stuck on there. Another stupidly placed lamppost. And another one here. Whoever designed this yard should be charged for war crimes. Probably Tony Blair or something. Oh, it's like the Azov. It got there pretty damn quick. In the time it took me to spawn a crane. Boy was dropping the hammer. Zoltan, it will hold AI. Well, yeah, so you can make them go across it as well. That'll be pretty handy. Obviously, I've not got those routes yet, but I'm sure they'll be coming up if that's the case. Rebel, I've been up 17 hours today. Yeah, that is a bit of a long one. That's what she said, of course. Got up at 5:50 AM. Probably staying up all night. Best sleep is after being up 25 hours, like Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, like these days I've got sleeping tablets, but having like insomnia, it kind of I get very crap sleep. But sometimes if you just accepted like there's no chance of me going to sleep tonight, but if I rode it out and then was up like tonight and then tomorrow, and then yeah, it felt great, like a good sleep after being awake for a couple of days. It almost makes it worth it. I should have turned where the rails are. I don't know, I've got some aversion to driving along the rails because your wheels always get stuck on them and you're sort of forced to follow the rails at that point. I kind of avoid them, but that route weaving through the tree stumps isn't exactly any better. Zoltan, Scraper is still a pain for me. I don't find sunspots. Yeah, same here, dude. To be fair, I mean, I've placed a scalper on this map. There was a pile of sand. And again, it does appear there is a few more piles of sand scattered around that should make it a bit easier. But that's assuming they're in a convenient location, because obviously the scalper doesn't have a massive reach versus the size of the map. But yeah, in general, particularly on Deluge and Kernel, they messed it up really by how annoying it is to deploy the bloody thing. Kind of just killed the whole idea of me using it. I only forced myself to use it towards the end because I was making videos. It was handy to at least check if I could deploy it somewhere, because then I could put it in the video and say like, oh, at least you can put it here. Yeah, that was pretty handy. Surprised the Lynx didn't even remotely move it. Like, the Lynx was so completely not moving it that it felt like the thing was sort of solid. But yeah, cheers for letting us know, man. That's pretty handy. It did get me on a bit of an angle, but thankfully this thing does have good steering. Wonder if, I'm not going to do it now, but if you parked like a bicycle here but facing the other way, and then swung the bridge out over there, and then dumped sand off the bicycle and made like a big pile of sand, and then, I don't know, for no particular reason, but then you could build like bridge layers, start building bridges going off over here and all sorts. It'd be nice if there was a better way to clear the clouds. Again, I still vote they need a boat in this game, so we can just go zipping around all the water and uncover the clouds. Would be quite nice. Notice the bridge is not quite level. Can I, yeah, reverse into it and give it a bit of encouragement? Oh, I can see it's got like those yellow circle. I assume they behave like winch points. Obviously this hasn't got a... Oh shit. Probably just got myself wedged in there pretty good now. That's handy. Move the bridge a bit. Oh well, it's close enough. It's not quite perfect, but I could spend the next 10-15 minutes messing around with it. Yeah, we've got a road to build. Let's just leave that there for now. What mission is that for then? Oh yeah, I might get that done pretty soon, so I want to get the construction zone unlocked. I may as well, while I drive over there, to collect that piece of rail. I forgot to track it again. I'll fall off the cliff. Yeah, fucking knew it. But every time you ram that cargo container crane, well, at least I landed. Don't know if it is worth climbing out. I suppose we could have a look. Although I might be beached anyway. Yeah, fuck it. In that case, I don't know if I'm going to bring that back. Don't know if something like the Vostok would be better to clear the zone. So that could do with getting these trees out of the way as well, preferably. Do I have an Aramatsu kite thing? What's this menu help? No, if anything it'd be in that menu, I assume. How much are they? 41. It's not cheap. I'm gonna have to buy one. Well, at least it is at the top of the menu now. Axel Deep, it's actually pretty fun. It's stable, no crashes in expeditions for me. Good, thank you. Yeah, no, that's good, man. Like I say, I've not played up yeah, pretty much just after it came out, I suppose. I don't think my chat and the stream are simultaneous. It might just be me, to be honest. I'm a little bit, sometimes I sort of lag behind a bit on the comments. End up yapping away and all sorts. So it probably is about right. I'm just kind of, it's me lagging really, not the stream. Rebel, there's a delay. There probably is a little bit, like several seconds, but yeah, I end up, it turns into more like several minutes for me. Wish it'd go like this in mulcher mode. Rebel, yeah, chat's ahead of Wolf replying. Yeah, pretty much. Again, like, there might be a tiny bit of delay, but even on my phone, like, I'm now... I'm just looking like... Yeah, I'm probably like a tree ahead. So it probably is a 5, max 10-second delay versus, I suppose, what I'm actually doing. But I've not set a delay or anything. Just whatever. I don't know if YouTube automatically put one in or if that's just the cost of doing business, so to speak, if it's just always going to be like 5 or 10 seconds behind. But I know some people also put like a delay in their stream. I don't even know if I can on... I probably can actually now. I'm on OBS or whatever. I don't really need to in my case, but I think some people who... I don't know, if they're live streaming Call of Duty or World of Tanks and all that, I think they put a delay on just so if someone's watching, if you're on the, yeah, World of Tanks or whatever, they can't watch what you're doing and where you're going and all the rest of it. I went on World of Tanks Blitz the other week on my phone just because there was like, I think it was coming around to year 11 and all that, and you get a load of free shit because I had an account pretty much since the beginning. And while I was on there, it popped up saying, do you want to buy a box for an Object 7772, which is a tier 10 heavy vehicle, for 99p? And they used to do them years ago, and it was like, oh, they're probably more than 99p, but it'd say you've got like a 20% chance of unlocking the vehicle, or you'll win a bit of gold or whatever. This one was 99p, and I didn't realise though, like, there used to be a 20% chance, but obviously this one is a tier 10, not like a tier 7 or 8 or something. And it was only a 1% chance of getting the vehicle, and I just bought, as it popped up, I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll get it for 99p. And yeah, I actually won the vehicle, which was pretty cool. 1% chance. We bagged it. For God's sake. Well, that's not gone very well. Obviously, I could do with building a road, patching this up, really. Which I'm probably going to have to do at some point. Oh, the worst thing about it is, that sand quarry radius ends there. So you have to keep bringing more sand down, which is a bit of a pain, but I could do with it because it kind of finishes that road up. I would try a bridge layer. The problem is, because of all this wonky bit of mud here, it probably wouldn't sit very flush, but I might be able to just put sand to there. Maybe put a bridge layer along there. We'll see. At this point, I may as well send one in, though. Which I actually don't mind it, but there is quite a bit. It's worth doing, like, a bit of map maintenance on this map. Again, I don't think that's a bad thing. I kind of like that you can... it feels like it makes sense to improve some of the roads on this, instead of just sticking to, like, another route round. I actually sort of don't mind how it all unfolds, but obviously, to a degree, on, like, a live stream, I don't want to do too much road building per live stream. I try and sort of squeeze it in between live streams if I can, but it is what it is. I don't technically need to do it along here, but I think it'll probably help a little bit for something in the future if I ever have to bring AI through it. That'll probably help. And then yeah, the somewhere around here is the limit. But again, I mean, I'll try it at some point. Maybe you could deploy a scalper along here. It all looks pretty sandy, but there was plenty of places on Deluge and Kernel that looked pretty sandy that it would not deploy for the life of it. So you never know. It's one of them now. It's like been bitten too many times with a scalper. I kind of don't even want to try it if I can avoid it. Oh, shit. Did not want to do a drift. God's sake. Stop tipping. Oh, there goes half my sand. Probably going to have to recover that bloody Vostok as well at some point. See, again, if more vehicles, aka all vehicles, had winches, it'd be a lot better. Because this thing would pull that out there pretty easily, I reckon. And then it gets to the point where, like, I could spawn something from the garage, say even like the loaf, goddamn professional, but at that point I may as well just recover the Vostok to the garage and drive that back. And that's where I think they sort of miss out in this game a little bit, because rescuing vehicles was... I quite enjoyed it on SnowRunner. Like, I'll get myself stuck into some kind of awkward situation and then use the goddamn horse, get myself out of it. And yeah, like I said, that was kind of half the fun. If I remember rightly, it's like near this rock is the limit. That was my little marker last time. I was going to reverse all the way, but it might pan out even being about the same amount of time, I don't know. Shit, that don't help. Probably would have been quicker just to reverse. Obviously when I get to that end I've got to turn around again. Rebel. It was to come out on the 2nd. I think some gamers developed Season 16 on SnowRunner. Yeah, I thought it was going to be the 2nd as well. I think the SnowRunner one and that did, didn't it? But yeah, and then it just... I loaded up the game and everything and it just still had it as normal with like the original maps. There was no ability to scroll over or anything. Which again, it just so happened like that trapped nerve or whatever in my back was giving me some shit, so it... Yeah, at that point I was kind of like, just more like, oh, thank God I don't have to sit awkwardly on a chair for hours, but then yeah, my back still being a dick anyway. So yeah, might have to go back to the old chiropractor at some point. Certainly been better than it has though, because one thing that was annoying me with that trapped nerve in my back was every time I was trying to do like exercising really, it'd end up doing it again and it was like, for fuck's sake, now getting to the point where it's like, right, then I won't do any exercise or anything for a while. And obviously then every time it kept doing it. Yeah, just stopping. Whereas recently, it's like, it's been pretty good. Oh, yeah, pretty damn good for like the last 6 odd months at least, I would have thought. But then, yeah, the other day, for no reason as well, it's just, you feel it start to go and it's like, oh no, and it doesn't instantly, it hurts a bit, but you just know it's like, once you feel it start to go, it's going to be an hour or two, and it'll start hurting like crazy. I don't know if I'm going to reverse this thing out, I don't know. I wonder if you can destruction mode your way out. I mean, yeah, for one thing, if this had a winch, you could just ping it to that tree. There's the R1 button has no other use as well, so it'd be like there's nothing theoretically stopping it. The problem is you can't, as soon as you try and turn, it like obviously stops that track moving and all the rest of it, so it's just going to be quicker to recover it, unfortunately. Costly bit of time wasting dropping that mule off the cliff. Although I would have cleared the stuff with the mule, but I was actually curious yesterday, like if a Vostok dozer would be quicker to clear that area. But obviously, if you've already got the mule there from doing the previous mission of reaching the location, then it's probably going to be quicker, just because it's already there. Zoltan, not even the mule crane was able to turn just the big crane. Yeah, it seemed like even with the links it was not even a millimetre that thing was moving. But yeah, cheers, I probably wouldn't have figured that out until the game somehow made me do it. Especially if it was only the big crane that was moving it. I probably would have figured out I could ping a winch out at some point, but there's a pretty damn high chance it would have been in something other than the big crane. Well, obviously you can't strictly do the winches in the big cranes, you'd have to go into the crane mode. Oh yeah, shit. I should have started flattening this a bit while I'm here. Right, Rebel, I'm going to change my regular playthrough on Roadcraft to Olive Grab. I was trying to think, is there like an ability to change the colours more, or are you still sort of stuck with the paint jobs that we get in Roadcraft? There's not as much variety as there should be, really. To be fair, even in SnowRunner it was kind of limited. I remember I ran out of loaf colours pretty quick. They could do with just like a colour wheel chart thing. You can pick just about any colour you want. Can't be that difficult to add it to the game, really. I did see as well, funnily enough, earlier when I was like adding different DLCs and that to my Steam cart thing, shopping cart, whatever it is. With that new Season 16 or DLC, whatever it is, there's a vinyl pack. There's a new paint scheme for the loaf. Which, yeah, like I say, I'll get that bought soon, and then I need to figure out if I've got all of it, so I can transfer, hopefully, my PS4 save over. Which I sort of, part of me wouldn't mind, like, there's a few DLCs I could probably skip buying, and it would, in theory, delete them off my playthrough when I transfer it over. Which is not the end of the world. With like that Classico pack that had like the 6-wheel drive Chevrolet, that ended up being pretty useless. But what I don't know is if it'll then alter my PS4 save. I don't know if it'll link up and kind of then re-edit my PS4 save. So just to be on the safe side, I kind of want to get every DLC I had on my PS4. Just so when I do transfer it, it's kind of got everything. It's not going to delete any vehicles or anything. But yeah, there's quite a few to buy now. Yeah, bridge layer ain't gonna get across that anytime soon. Maybe a couple of them. To be fair, some vehicles, like the mule, would probably get across now. Maybe. Oh, it probably did drown somewhere about there. But yeah, this vehicle, I'm pretty certain that'll drown before it gets to the other side. Fortunately, I'm going to need a bit more sand. Rebel forgot to buy that mulcher. Yeah, I thought I had one on this playthrough, but apparently not. Zoltan's, that mulcher Aramatsu will be the best on this map. Yeah, I certainly think it is better. I like that it's quicker as well than the original mulcher. It's just those, like I say, them black spike things on top of it end up blocking you from trimming trees more than it helps whatever it's trying to do. But overall, I would definitely say that is like the better mulcher. It does technically trim through stuff a bit quicker, which I'm not that fussed about that. The other one's still quick enough when it's mulching a tree, but yeah, it's driving there that it's a little on the slow side versus that Aramatsu kite. In non-mulcher mode, actually does drop the hammer a bit. Fucking hell, I could do again. This is why yesterday I just reversed them all the way down here. It probably is quicker though, I reckon, to drive. But at least you don't keep spilling sand every time you try and turn around. Yeah, it probably is technically quicker to drive forwards and turn around each end, but it's less hassle doing it all in reverse, I know that. Yeah, I was going to say, it goes pretty deep there. That's what she said, of course, but I think it's around there where I drowned the mule last time. Once you get past that, it is a bit shallower, but again, I'm still going to need a few more. See, this is the problem, like, in theory, if the scalper wasn't such a pain in the arse, I would bring that down here, but I've not already, like, tried it before the live stream, so I don't know if I'll end up just driving around for 20 minutes, wasting my time with the scalper, which I don't really want to risk on the live stream, so in the end it's just quicker to accept that I'm going to have to keep driving this back and forth, but in theory, it would be handy if I knew the mulcher would, the scalper would work. Just to bring that down, and originally, at least you could fill this thing up a lot quicker. Rebel, like how waypoints disappear. Yeah, I think that's a very good addition to, like, since I've added this DLC and all the rest of it. It needed it, really. Sometimes I don't like them tweaking stuff. You know, once they've released the game and we kind of get used to the controls and everything the way they are. But I still think something like that with the waypoints deleting is a better addition in the scheme of things. The articulation on this vehicle is still a little bit sketchy. When the game first came out, it was fine, all the way up to somewhere around 2.0. And then, yeah, for some reason, it just doesn't... It takes a little while to go to, like, full lock, whereas it never used to, really. I did not find scalper spot here. That was my pain today. Oh, so did you, yeah, try it there? That's what I mean. It looks... I don't know, but I was just looking through them trees there. But that's the thing. I saw loads of patches like that on Deluge and... Kernel, and yeah, they're just full of lies. It never deploys where you think it might. And then in the end, it'll be some random spot that's like the tiniest little speck of sand that shouldn't really work. I mean, I assume the closest you could probably do, in theory, you should be able to deploy a scalper here. But then in theory, really, even though there's a quarry there, the game should have made, like, there is a massive pile of sand here. They should have made this another quarry that kind of spans over here, really. And even looking now, I don't even know if a scalper, maybe if you parked it right next to that pile of sand, but I could see it being just as awkward trying to sort of spawn it all round here and everything. Frame rate's going a bit funny again. I've not had it doing any of that on like my normal playthrough. Rebel getting closer to SnowRunner. Yeah, again, it's one of them. I sort of know once I get SnowRunner, I probably won't be coming back to this game for a while. But I don't know. It's one of them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting SnowRunner on the PC. With a little bit of sand there, for the most part. I'm just gonna go over it with the bulldozer because I keep getting stuck in like a dip that's appeared over there. Yeah, I don't like the frame rate. It's taken a bit of a hit. Not too bad, but yeah, there you go. Oh. Seems to fix itself when you swing the camera around a bit anyway. Doesn't seem like as much of a frame drop nosedive as it was like a month ago or whatever when it was doing it on Roadcraft. Back then it was going down to like 17 or 11 frames a second and all that. This feels though like normally I'm on, I assume at least 60. I think it's normally on about 90, but I record in 60 anyway. I don't know about the live stream. That might only be like doing it at 60 FPS as well, so. But yeah, I don't know, it feels like it's dropping down to 30 maybe. Hopefully, I'm going to try it. Should be able to drive. Oh, I've already turned that round. There's probably no point in a minute. But I think the rest of this is like not quite as deep, so I'll probably pour this in reverse, go and get one more load of sand, but I should be able to drive forwards and just dump it as I go. Again, I don't like what the frame rate's doing. Just enough to be annoying, but again, when you span the camera around, it sort of corrects itself. Alright, one more should get us done. I don't know if it's the rain. No, it still seems to be doing it. I might just quit to the main menu in a minute. In fact, I'm doing it now because it is bothering me. Hopefully that sorts it. Anyway, that was the way to kind of fix it really about a month ago. Rebel, every time you start, hit R1 and edit. What do you mean with that? Sorry. Rebel, found some rocks on 16 that break away. Season 13 introduced breakaway rocks. Oh, did they? I must admit, I've got a few things to catch up on. I noticed as well there's a few like DLC truck packs that I obviously didn't get to buy in on the PS4 so far. Rebel, build a bridge. I've not really got enough materials or anything at the minute. After doing this, then I'll get the train stuff cleared, and then I'll go down to the bottom right of the map, and then I can do the mission to unlock the construction depot. And then, to be fair, I've only got 85 grand, so I don't really want to be buying too many materials, but at least I do have the option at that point. Nice if it stayed this sunny pretty much all the time. Saying a route failed somewhere as well. Check that out in a minute. Right, yeah, hopefully I can just go... This shouldn't drown. Famous last words. Oh, well. That didn't help, though. It's not drowning, but it managed to catch its gigantic chin. Not even beached on. Oh, well, that's not good. Lay the rest of the sand before it stalls me. Great, well that went well. Turns out it is too deep to swim. I don't even particularly know what I got beached on, because normally the rear of the vehicle is pretty good at not getting beached. It's the front that's normally the problem, but yeah, it did not go too well. Again, it's like I may as well just recover it because there's no bloody winches. Well, at least I can get a fresh bucket of sand, I suppose. Axel D, I moved from Xbox to PC in 2021, so at least I didn't have 5 years worth of DLC. Yeah, that's the thing, I've got to kind of catch up on the PC, so yeah, I've sort of got to get it all again, really. Which, at least at the minute, there is currently I think it's like 20% off. I've already got the SnowRunner game, which thankfully Steam does actually then, like, wipe that off the cost. Like, I'm basically going to have to buy SnowRunner and year 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which is slightly discounted at the minute, but then yeah, at least it does knock off like another 12 or 15 quid or whatever, because I already own SnowRunner, which is fair of them, because there's plenty of companies that would just be like, nope, you'll have to buy it again. Oh fuck, I forgot to get a bucket of sand. Thankfully I've not gone too far. It's all going wrong at the minute. We will get this road done eventually, even if it kills me. Sorry, one sec, the comments scrolled a bit quick there. I'll just go back up a little bit. Zoltan, Aramatsu faster as you can turn the sandbad. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I would say yeah, the Aramatsu is definitely faster though. I'd just like to say, wish it would be that quick in mulcher mode. You could get nailing loads of trees at that rate. Shorty316, how are you doing, Lone Wolf? I'm not too bad, cheers dude. How are you doing? Zoltan, I meant it will be a friend in this map as you have a lot of trees to remove, especially when you do the road, as it's a lot of junk. Yeah, they seem to have leaned into the concept of more fallen trees across the maps, which I think isn't a bad thing really, because for the most part the mulcher isn't that useful, mostly on the first maps. I know when it does like that mission that makes you remove a load of tree stumps, or on, say, Kernel, you ended up building a road where they put a load of tree stumps in the way. Though I actually found just pouring sand over those tree stumps sort of makes them automatically pop out the ground anyway. So I didn't even bring a mulcher for that. But yeah, the mulchers do make a lot of sense for, like, the fallen trees that are just blocking the road. Seems to be a pretty good sort of logical step to bring the mulcher at that point and clear them. So at least they've sort of made it a bit more useful than it was. About that, I might go and get one more sand, but I'm going to do a pass with the dozer first. I think most vehicles will get over there. It's just the ones with the particularly shallow air filters, whatever, lack of snorkel, might struggle. So while I'm actually here, I may as well get it done, but yeah, like that shallow's not too bad. We might be able to get away with it, actually. Don't know though, it's there, like, I think a few vehicles will get caught out with that. Where about there though, yeah, I'll get one more. We should be good. Rebel, they disappear in the first set of maps as well. What's disappearing? Sorry, it's probably me. I've kind of got lost on what's disappearing. Tom Speed. I've seen people use a crane to move that bridge. Maybe the EPEC will work. Yeah, it did in the end, thankfully. Which is pretty cool. They probably could have made a little bit more of a hint, because I just assumed, like, I've not gone near it, but I saw it in the background in yesterday or the day before. Yeah, I just assumed, oh, there'll be a mission at some point to fix it. But I also think it's cooler that you don't have to wait for a mission and you can actually just pivot it around yourself. I assume some of those bridges that seem to be like drawbridge type things that are lifted up, I'm assuming at some point there'll be a mission to drop them down. Right, that should do us. Quick run over this. Again, it'll probably go a tiny bit underwater, but I'm not bothered about that. It'll do. Right, took a while. Now I can go back to trying to clear that wreckage. You watch, after all that, this thing will be useless anyway, and I'll have to send the mule back in. To be fair, regardless, I think it's best to get a road built there, because it seems like I'm going to need to use this part of the map a few times. Rebel Saber, sorry, did it on the 4th with all the updated for all the games. Was that all of them then? Because I saw, wasn't there like Roadcraft and Expeditions or something were getting updated on the 2nd? But yeah, again, it just so happened, like I say, trap nerve thing going on that day. I was like, oh, thank God, because I ended up having to sit in really awkward positions to try and like stop me back hurting. But then, yeah, in their own right, they're not the most comfortable positions either. Which, it's been doing it for about 5 days now, so it normally does sod off after about a week, I'm hoping. I reckon it was just about gone earlier, but my cat just, as he likes to be a dick sometimes, woke me up about an hour after I went to bed, and then I couldn't get back to sleep, and then I started feeling it getting worse while I was trying to get back to sleep for about 3 hours. I reckon if he hadn't have woke me up. Yeah, this is why I avoid train tracks. You see now, even though this thing is like literally a tank chassis, it will not get over the lip of that train track. I know I can go back to here, but further down, in theory, I'm going to get caught on it again. It's a little on the excessive side. See now, yeah, like I can't necessarily get off the train tracks. That's why I have a natural aversion to them. But we'll see. We'll get ramming some stuff. See what happens. Liking that. Again. There's cargo next to me. It's determined not to fall off the cliff. And you see now, yeah, that's like, they really do need to fix it in this game, but I can't get off the tracks. So after all that, I'm probably going to have to bloody bring a mule. Which, I'm not saying train tracks would be the easiest thing to drive over in real life, but I'm still willing to bet a tank would be able to turn itself and get up them. Bit of a pain. I may as well recover this, to be honest. A lot of recovering tonight. To be fair, on live streams, like, if I was on my normal playthrough, I'd sit there messing around. Like, there's probably not much point in rescuing this where it fell down, to be fair. But yeah, just on live stream, I kind of tap out early regardless, because, again, particularly on a snow runner and that, I could easily sink half an hour into some random rescue that kind of costs more time than it's worth, really. Yeah, so there you go though. For science, do not bring the Vostok to clear that area. Not with the train tracks in the way. Zoltan, deep for more. That's what she said. Rebel, the crayfish. Yeah, the crayfish one is like the tree logger thing, isn't it? I think the Aramatsu kite is the name of that mulcher thing. They're both handy, to be honest. Like, I like the crayfish. Actually feels pretty decent in this game. And I like the way it's got like that little sort of blunt front end that you can use to push tree stumps over. And yeah, overall it's got some good reach. It's pretty decent at off-roading in the context of what it is and all the rest of it. Overall, it's a pretty well done vehicle, I think. The Aramatsu crayfish. Shorty316. Saber has had a bus game coming out in 26. I can't remember. I know there's like a Road Kings game, and there was some other game I saw. It might have been a bus game. I remember something where I was thinking like, bloody hell, they're cranking out the games at the minute. Yeah, they seem to have their fingers in a lot of different game pies. Just took out the corner of the cab and killed a passenger. Watch, after all this, I'll probably fall off the bloody cliff again. This is the one. Get that out of the way. Oh, typical. There's one little bit of rock saving it. needs more ramming is the only possible solution. Could do with kind of swinging this end round a bit. It's the one it like that. Shit, I nearly went with it. Right, that is officially them out of the way. Again though, this is where I noticed yesterday, I don't know how well the normal mule would do, but I at least wasn't disappointed with the amount this was able to push. It's not as good as like the Vostok and whatever, but I kind of wasn't expecting it to be in the first place. But yeah, I've sort of got a feeling the original mule would probably tap out a bit sooner, whereas I think maybe because of the fatter tyres and all the rest of it, seems to put in a bit more effort. So this is where, in theory, if the train tracks weren't catching the Vostok, that should be able to push all these out of the way pretty damn easily. I suppose I'd probably have to drive down to that point where I can get both of these train tracks kind of lifted up. Did some of this stuff moved a little bit easier yesterday? That's the one. Right, bit of crane. Still got to go through all the winch point. I wonder if those red plank things will come in handy at any point. Doubtful, but again, I kind of save these rail tracks for the same purpose, but if you've seen yesterday's video, for some reason they seem to have welded themselves together. Now they're kind of both stuck as one piece. Not got enough grip, especially on that angle. Oh, I'll just do it with a crane. Drift. So it's not going to be happy about moving this, but with just one winch point. Come on, all it's got to do is get out the zone. And then it will complete the mission. And it has to fall over. Ram this off the train tracks. Really? I'll leave it there for now. I'll either recover it or, like I say, I'll probably drive it forwards. In fact, I've got to know now. Where this bit of track is missing, it's probably going to be one of the only places I can actually get it off. I don't really know what I'm going to do with it after that. Leave it there for now. Right, so we'll take this vehicle down to the corner here, and then even though the mission's not showing up yet, but I think when you drive in here it just automatically unlocks the mission to do the construction depot, and then after that I can grab that rail thing, although, well, I could attempt it with this. I did use the big crane yesterday. Travis Pollard. On Xbox it says... Oh yeah, shit, we've got this bloody thing that could do with being patched. Again, I kind of forgot how much... how many side projects I'd already got done in this game whilst doing the first missions. Just this pipe's a bit wider than getting out of this yard, but we'll see how it goes. If you can kind of tip the suspension, yeah, that'll do. Only got to get it down here. She's leaning. Come on, Eileen. Crane just gave up then and swung around on its own. Hopefully close enough. Yeah, sorry, Xbox says the rebuild DLC is out. When I try to go on the new maps it says get the DLC menu. How do I go about getting that, if anyone can help? I'm not too sure, to be honest. I just bought the original game, and then I already had the DLC, but obviously it hadn't came out at that point. Again, I checked on Tuesday, and it hadn't added the game, and then when I loaded it up, like, when I originally started the game on Thursday, it just started saying, like, downloading available content or whatever from Steam, and then once it finished doing that, it booted the game up, and then it was basically sort of already there, where it was like, it's got the main original maps, and then I've got to press R2 to scroll over to the new ones, but that was kind of how they appeared for me. Yeah, I don't know, like, what platform are you on? Is it, like, on PC or anything, or are you on a, like... Oh, no, sorry, you did say, didn't you, on Xbox? Yeah, I honestly don't know with that. No, it's probably better on the roof, does it? A bit higher to clear that gap going out of the yard. Yeah, I'm not too sure if there's a way to, like, if you've already technically bought it and downloaded it and that, is there a way to, like, delete it so you can re-download it and then it might trigger it? But yeah, I don't know at that point. I'd just try stuff like that, and failing that, I'd probably have to send them an email, really. Or maybe look on, like, I don't know, whether it's Reddit or some kind of forum, to see, like, if it's a, sort of a wider problem with Xbox. Or you might have just got sort of unlucky, really, and you might be one of the only ones getting affected by it. which is pretty crap when it does that with a bug. But sort of, not that it makes it much better, but if you're lucky, it's a bit of a mainstream problem, which means they're definitely they'll be working on it if that's the case. Right, that'll do for now. I'm not saying that's the best way to patch that, but it'll do. Get most vehicles across it. I'll probably at some point in the future pop a bit of sand in there to sort it out. Rebel SnowRunner at 2000 hours till light. Seems like 37 minutes in real life equals 14 hours in SnowRunner. It probably is about that. Isn't it like roughly a minute a second? But it might not be. I remember thinking that as a rough guide. I wish it would stay. There was a way to make it stay light for longer in SnowRunner. I remember that. Someone needs to do a mod that's like permanent sunshine. Yeah, so driving in here, I was going to say that should now unlock the construction depot thing. Which is this one. Which at least I now know. Again, like, you can't tell. You see where it says, like, deliver object? And they're obviously all going, like, to different places. But you can't tell when it's all just in a pile which one is which. Obviously, thankfully, now I know that... well, as you can see here, there's two yellow generators, that blue thing, and then the cargo container. The two yellow generators go here, the other smaller thing goes there, and then the cargo container goes there. But I only really know that from already doing the mission yesterday on my other playthrough. But they certainly don't help that it's all in one pile. So again, you can't really tell if it's telling you this thing is going to that square over there, or if it means the cargo container underneath, or what. Typical, they have to do it right under this big gantry crane thing. Right, that's some pretty terrible cargo loading, but it should get us there. I'll just put this on the roof and do it. Yeah, this crane seems to flop round more than it used to. And a good example was probably when I was dragging that big pipe a minute ago. Like, once it snagged around the side of the vehicle, the crane didn't really put up any resistance, and just then I was trying to move the crane over to the left and it just kept flopping over to the right. So I don't know if they've kind of weakened it, whether on purpose or by accident during various patches, but it does seem a little bit iffy compared to what it used to be. Yeah, so yesterday I tried reaching these yellow containers over the wall, and between, again, that stupidly placed lamppost that's there, it just kept blocking it. In the end, one of the cargo things got stuck on the wall and all sorts. So I had to drive around in the end anyway, so I may as well just do that now. Really? We'll try and wing it. Wonder if I crash, it might fall off the front and land. Close. Oh, it might have worked. Oh, it's because the bloody crane's still attached. What a cock-blocking bastard. I count that as a win. It would have worked. I would have got away with it if it wasn't for them pesky crane mechanics. So I'm just going to scroll comments down again. Now they're not scrolling. There we go. Oh, hang on. I might have missed a few actually. What the hell? How far down did it go? Right, that'll do for now. I'm not even... yeah, there seems to have quite a few more comments. For some reason it wasn't scrolling down. Travis, push it from the main screen. RT, sorry, and then enter DLC from the hub. Yeah, I really don't know that, because I've, like, out of anything, I've not even, I've practically never used an Xbox since, like, 2004-ish. So I really don't know as far as that goes. Yeah, this is this monster cargo. Really, game? No, crane, shrink. That's what I've been trying to tell you to do for the last 10 seconds. Oh, I might be able to get away with doing what I did yesterday. Straps? No? Do you know what, yesterday it wouldn't let me do the straps, and then I drove forward a little bit and it did for no particular reason. It just decided to start working. Oh, so now it's just going to decide to fall off. Let's just get out of the way of that bloody crane, gantry crane thing. Fair, in theory, it doesn't really matter if I can strap it or not, as long as I can slowly reverse it. Let's tip him, thinking about it. Yeah, in theory, oh well, I've gone a bit wide there. Oh, for fuck's sake. Things that went perfectly smoothly yesterday are not going smoothly today. Right, just stay on there. It's not my fault you're not giving me the straps that I paid good money for. Right, just get clear of that one and then just kind of reverse at it. Typical. Decided not to work this time. It kind of levered its way around last time for me. Yeah, so get in there, man. And this is where possibly, it's probably not really worth it, but in theory, if you brought the dozer, you could probably shove a lot of this stuff out of the way a bit quicker. Rebel, when you recovered to garage, you should have went in and came out with a load. That's what she said. It's always the best. If in doubt, give her a load. Never. Just stay in the cargo. Shorty 3 on 6, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, good man. Oh shit. I reversed a bit hard for that one. Typical. Nothing slides out when you want it to. Except the one thing that I didn't want to fall off the roof. Don't know if and where there's going to be like a steel beam facility or whatever in the future, but yeah, for now I just throw all this out of the zone. But if there was like a steel beam facility nearby, I might consider like trying to load as many things as I could into the sideboard and then just driving there and dropping it all off as scrap. I think the bulldozer had pushed just about everything out of here pretty quickly, except for those pipes kind of stacked in the corner. They'll be a bit on the awkward side. This, in theory, they kind of all ram into each other. Oh, well, typical. For some reason, it just does not want to go as smoothly as it did for me yesterday. Travis Pollard, okay, but the DLC is still greyed out. So do I need to finish the rest of the maps or something? Because I know I've purchased the DLCs. Yeah, I really don't know, to be honest, especially if they're there but just greyed out. You'd think, in theory, if you hadn't bought them, they just sort of wouldn't be there, because there's no reason to kind of update your game to that point, but yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. See, this is why after a while I do think some situations it is better to bring like a Vostok bulldozer and just shove everything out, because one, you've got to faff around with the crane menu, getting everything into your sideboard, and all you end up doing, if there was some way you're delivering this stuff, it'd make a bit more sense, but all you got to do is just throw it out just outside of the yellow zone, so there's not really much rhyme or reason to it. See there as well, the crane's just spinning round. I don't think it would have done that a few weeks ago. I think it would have just made my truck swing around, essentially, like would have sort of got stuck on that lamppost. And that's where I seem to have noticed recently, like, when you try and turn the crane left or right, sometimes it just doesn't listen, but it's probably... it seems to have less sort of oomph than it used to, before it obviously sort of swings around and gives up. And yeah, I think that's a pretty good example of it, because I've got the crane caught on quite a few things by now. And I've never really seen it properly just swing around like that without putting up any fight. For God's sake, no. Prioritise the things in my fucking sideboard, man. I've noticed on a few missions, they put a random set of barrels nearby, and I know it's like scene decoration, but again, the fact that you haven't got the ability to scroll to the piece of cargo that you want to grab, you don't want to, like, exacerbate the issue and make it more obvious by randomly putting loads of barrels nearby, so you have to scroll through them every time as well. You'd think since they're lacking the ability to scroll through, they'd kind of, yeah, not put loads of scene decoration that you end up having to scroll through. Axel Deep, did you install the DLC from your library? I know you were talking to that guy, Travis Pollard, but yeah, for me it was... I don't know, it just... Obviously, when I bought the game, it was technically there, but not released yet. And then, as I said, when I just turned the game on Thursday, it automatically downloaded it all. Whereas I used to in SnowRunner, sometimes it wouldn't necessarily download it. You had to specifically go back into the PS Store and click on it and all the rest of it. Even if you'd already paid for it and bought it and all that. Whereas, yeah, this time it didn't make me do any of that. Right. At least that's now unlocked. I might just bring... In fact, where did I leave the large crane? Oh, it's all the way over there. Let's just get another one. I probably could use the mule to bring that large piece of train track, but... It's not that I think it can't be done, it's just that I think it'll probably be a pain in the arse and the mule will tip over several times, or it'll slide off, or it won't be able to get strapped down into the sideboard and all sorts, so... I may as well just bring a large crane. Just accept. It is what it is. Zoltan, I don't know what it, that as I finished all maps and it showed available. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know why they'd be greyed out at that point either. They shouldn't in theory. I don't even think, like, it should grey them out if you had them and you hadn't completed all the maps. You know, like, personal opinion, it shouldn't, because you should be able to access them whether you've done them or not. There's obviously something, like, weird going on with it if it's... You sort of stuck halfway between where it's got it, but it's, yeah, grayed them out so you can't actually click on it. Axel, yeah, you don't need to finish the other maps. That's what I would have thought. It doesn't make sense why they'd kind of lock it behind the completion of the original maps. Rebel. Oh, disappearing waypoint. Yeah, that's true, actually. I do know what you mean. Yeah, they're definitely bloody handy. That is a good addition to the game. It's one of them now where I've sort of got used to... We didn't have that option, so I probably won't use them much at first, but eventually I'll get into the swing of it. Of, yeah, placing more of the waypoints and all that. Yeah, Travis Pollard, I've downloaded it from the library. I can confirm you don't need to, complete the maps. I just started DLC on a new save. Yeah, that's true as well, actually. So, like, I did... Well, and in fact, I suppose that was the PTS server, technically, but... Sorry, I'm just scrolling a bit more down with the comments. Once I'm not at the bottom, it doesn't scroll by itself, so I've got to keep clicking back and doing it. Travis, try recovering vehicles. I had a problem, recovered everything, went right. Fair enough. Not heard that one. Travis, okay, thanks everyone. I'll give them options a try after the live stream. Appreciate tips. Yeah, no worries, man. That's one handy thing with the live stream, really. You got, like... I don't... most of what I know is what people tell me as well, so it's quite a handy source of info. You've got, like, quite a few different people that have got a different perspective or know things that I don't on it. So yeah, cheers everyone for chipping in. What a bridge. Beanie London, hello Lone Wolf, hello Lone Wolf. Working on this miserable map as we speak. You're not a fan of this map? again, I'll be honest though, I must have like autopilot zoned out for half of it, because now I'm doing it, I'm like, oh yeah, I've got to fix this road, I've got to patch this up, do that. I kind of didn't realise how much, yeah, side projects I've been doing on this map, between like the missions that sort of made it into the video, really. So I was going to say, like, I do honestly quite like the map, but it was making me think earlier, like, like, damn, how much lack of attention did I even pay? Because there was loads of stuff I sort of can't even remember doing until I had to do it again. I think sometimes I just kind of go off in my own little world, and next thing I know, built some roads, fixed some shit, and we're back to the normal missions. Fence out of the way for no apparent reason. In fact, get myself lined up, because I'm going to have this thing sticking out the front again. Yeah, it's got a bit of weight to it. I mean, again, it's not really an issue for this crane, but I'm more meaning like if I did use the mule, I don't know how well it would have gone. It doesn't like sandwiching it like that. As long as it moves. Oh, it's tall enough to clear that wall. There's a good start. Right, I need to go wider for this, because I remember I hit that building last time. Don't want to hit the lamppost though. Oh, it worked out alright, although now I need to lower the crane to pinch it a bit again. Should be all good. Rebel can't get off. That's what she said. I nearly said it. I know the bit that you're on about as well. I now know how far behind I am in the comments, but it did cross my mind when I said can't get it off, or can't get her off, whatever. Zoltan, unfortunately you have to pick up rails, so you'll need a crane here. Yeah, exactly. At that point it's best off. Oh yeah, true, you're on about, yeah, when I brought the Vostok anyway. Yeah, that is a good point. It's probably not a bad thing that I just tapped out pretty quick and brought the mule. This is the problem I have with this. It just catches its chin too much. B, New London. For future bonus, be very careful with the last car hanging at the end of the tracks. Yeah, I've not done it so far, but when I unlocked the thing yesterday after placing this, and I think it said like there was a mission unlocked that you've got to get the cars, like the materials out of them and deliver them somewhere. And I remember thinking to myself, it's like a good job I didn't just go flying in and ram everything off the cliff, because yeah, one of those cars is kind of pretty precariously hanging off the edge. I could imagine if I actually knock it off, it'll make things more difficult. Hell, that was weird. Just sounded like my cat was scratching the sofa next to me, but he ain't even here. What fucking scratching noise that was. Freaked me out. I don't want to see the Exorcist girl head pop up behind my sofa. What the hell was it, man? That was fucking weird. It was right next to me as well. Not too keen on that. Rebel, my tracks on my A juice in the army would go anywhere. Yeah, exactly, that's what you need, more like that. Being in London, you'll need a large crane. You have to move the whole train hopper cars. Fair enough, so it's probably a good job that I brought this in the end instead of trying to wing it with the mule. Yeah, that car hanging off, like, yeah. I could have very easily just rammed into that. Just going about my normal business. do tend to crash into a lot of things. That's what I mean. As soon as I see the missions say, like, you get smaller bonuses for damaged cargo, it's like, well, I'm in deep shit. Chances of me getting them there without damage is slim to none. Yeah, certain types of cargo can be damaged during transportation, resulting in smaller bonus reward for completing the task. Keep the cargo intact by avoiding rough terrain and driving carefully. Well, it's not my fault avoiding rough terrain. That is the nature of the game. But driving carefully, that bit might be on me. That might be difficult. Especially the fact that this blue cargo container looks like it's movable. And obviously I'm not gonna, but yeah, I could have very easily just gone flat out and crashed into it. Just for the fun of seeing that fall off. But yeah, and then it brought up these missions where it obviously wants me to grab some stuff. Deliver the crane. Which one? Oh, is that all these then? Good guess. So which ones are these then? What? It's basically bringing up the same. So what's this one? This is what I mean. They could do with not overlaying so many objects bunched up together, or make it somehow a bit clearer. So I assume that it's just the first 3 at once for this mission. And the other ones at the back and in that seem to be the damageable ones. Oh, even this one's saying like rewards, but then bonus reward, which I assume is for lack of damage. Let's find out. So what happens then if I just hold it in the air? Couldn't possibly get damaged like that, could it? Well, unless I roll the crane, but... I'll admit that I'd rather not reverse the entire way. This is where it starts. Like, well, I'll just turn around. What could go wrong? Oh shit. Oh shit. It's the weight of that thing that's dangling around the edge of the crane that's making it a little bit more lively than it should otherwise be. Am I even... Deliver the train car? What's it, once the entire... I know you just said the whole car, but why is it individually lighting these up? Like, is there not... There's other cargo in this car, though. So am I best off just winching to it and dragging it all the way along? Because it is a blue cargo, like, it is movable in theory. Well, this changes things. Now what do I do with this bloody thing? And it, like, in the top right, it only says deliver object, and it's only got one lit up. But when I click into the mission, it's got multiple things lit up. I might have to put this thing back. Oh, shit. And then possibly drag the, just the whole... But look, there's those other canisters which it appears is a different mission. So I don't really know. I've not made it the... Probably gonna have to move it for a minute to line my crane back up. So if I can just hook the crane over the carriage. Well, the other option is change the mode. Just click on that. See me rolling. Oh shit. About to literally be rolling in a minute. Off a ditch. Okay. Gone a bit wrong. Wish you could just detach the crane without going into the stupid fucking menu every time. It's one of the biggest things I dislike about this game is how to access the crane menu. Like, why can't just, I don't know, press a button instead of holding it down? Right. Might make a little bit of difference. Crane's a little bit flatter. Probably still do a bit of a wheelie, but preferably. Right, well it's working. I was going to say, if I look where I'm going rather than trying to look backwards. I am turning hard left now, so I'm actually... It might be the way it's pulling on the crane, but... yeah, it isn't just me failing to steer. Like, the vehicle isn't turning the way I'm asking it to turn. Try again. Right, can you just go straight, crane? That's all we need. I think a bit more rope length helps, so it doesn't make me wheelie as much. But it was just, for some reason, I was swerving off to the right, even though I was turning hard left. Camera. I do not want to look that closely. I'm getting stuck on the bloody train tracks again. This game does have a habit of making a meal out of nothing. I don't know why the camera keeps doing that either. We have to move the chin of the crane, but I mean, at this point, you can't even blame me for not getting it there without damaging it. Rolling back again, of course. Are you fucking kidding me? Now I'm very beached on that red thing that was sticking up. What? What did it bring that menu up for? Yeah, again, this is another example, though, of how much easier winches would just make it, because obviously I can makeshift use the crane as a winch. But it'd be a lot easier if I just had a winch. Right, it's a bit of an odd mission, because there is other cargo in that train that apparently, I don't know. They could have laid it out a bit more sensibly. Like, those canisters at the back look like the ones that are supposed to be delicate. I was going to say as well, I'm not even on that red thing anymore. There's just like another hitbox I'm caught on. I shouldn't be getting stuck on what it's on. So then what's this other mission? Oh, so there, look. They must have already took some damage, so I assume are they the two that are in there? Right, and then there's two in here. Well, fuck them, they're close enough for now. Shame, to be honest, I don't really like the way that they've sort of merged those two. I don't give a shit that they're damaged, but I would have liked a bit of a kind of more sane go at that mission. In the end, it would have been easier just to bring, like, I mean, the loaf or even a scout, really, and just reverse up to that train car and tow it, and it'd be pretty normal. I think the crane at this point, for that one anyway, probably made this more complicated than it needed to be. But obviously this second car hanging off, you're probably going to need the crane for. But yeah, that first one was just like, the crane made more of a meal out of it than it needed to be. Right, do not hit it. Well, I assume them canisters are already getting rattled around, like, how can I really stop that? Why is the crane stuck on, not the crane, the train? Why is it, what? Why is it not lifting any higher? Like, the crane's not lifting. What? This thing's just dropping down, the crane won't lift up. Literally, I'm holding the button to lift it up and it's just going down. I mean, again, I don't give a shit whether they get damage or not, but I just think this is a fucking stupid, shit-designed mission. Like, I don't think they can reasonably set a mission that says don't damage them, but then the strongest crane in the game can't lift the carriage and all sorts of stuff. Like, yeah, I don't think they've done very well on this one. I've got to be honest. It's probably not even worth moving that at that point. I may as well. Or does it want the entire... Yeah, so I assume those ones that are in there are already fully damaged. Which again, I don't really give a shit. Well, I suppose on this one actually, I've not got 13.5 million, but I have got loads of cargo spawn, so I can get more money. So I'm not worried about that. I just, yeah, I don't think they really give you much of a fair crack at it. What's R2? Recover item. What does that mean? Should we find out what it does? I was just going to say, is it going to spawn it back to where it was, but it's obviously not going to be in the carriage anymore. Bonus failed. Yeah. A bit of a dumb mission, I think. And for what it's worth, it's obviously recovered the other two that were originally in the back of there. Even like I'm hitting like recover item. It says item, not items. But once you do that, it's just resetting all 4 of them on the list. And then obviously as they're dropping back down, it automatically damages them. Yeah, I don't think that's a very good mission. Like the way it's all planned out on that seems a bit stupid. Can't grab 1/2 of it. See what I mean? This game manages to take a perfectly normal thing and just fucks it up. Switch to 1. Oh, typical, it switches to the one it can't get. I can grab one of them. Now the other one's falling even more. Yeah, at this point, I personally would fuck off even attempt to try and get them there neatly. But I just... Yeah, you're going to roll off the hill. Yeah, I just don't think they've designed this very well at all. I don't like how it sort of merges them together. One mission's like got half the barrels in, but it's not even that mission. And yeah, as you saw then, lifting that train car, this thing couldn't lift it, and it is theoretically the best crane in the game. It kind of sets you up to fail, really. Which I don't, again, the bonus I couldn't give a shit about, I just want to get the mission done. I may as well bring like a mule or something again, really. Use a little crane, just throw all 4 of them in the back. Well, yeah, I was going to say it was over here somewhere. Yeah, I did see your comment, B. Newland, but I see what you're saying. Like, you'll need a large crane. You have to move whole train car hopper things. Shame the crane wasn't up to it. Rebel, crayfish to build log bridges. Yeah, true. Actually, I suppose I could do that. It's one of them really where. Possibly between this week and next week, I could take the crayfish out and round some trees up and all the rest of it, just so it doesn't eat too much of the live stream doing it. But yeah, that is a good point. That is a way of at least getting them, like, some early bridges put down with logs. Shorty 316. Yes, it is a bus game and a trucking game coming out. Yeah, they're certainly got like quite a few different irons in the fire at the minute. Hopefully they're not stretching like, which they probably are, the you know, devs and that kind of quite thin across all the different games. See, that's why this mission is a good example. Would not pass quality control in my books. But they're too busy making buses. Fucking hell, just drive on the bloody train tracks, man. They have a game coming out. Oh, sorry, I can't see the rest of that because it's got a blue arrow on it. One sec. Oh, called Docked. Fair enough. I don't know if I've heard of that one before. I can't remember what game it is I saw the other week, though. that they were doing on top of that Road Kings or whatever it is. Yeah, I'll have to, I suppose, Google it. Docked. Rebel Road King next year. Also American Truck Simulator. And Euro Truck Simulator 2 coming to console. Next year will be busy. Yeah, it will be with those two games. Which, yeah, I might end up getting at least one of them, so I sort of want to check it out, but I don't know if I'll be playing it, like, the whole way through. Remember the good old days when you could just go to Blockbuster and rent a game for, like, a day or two, and then either A, decide you don't want it, and then you don't have to buy the game, B, decide you do want it, and then you can buy the game, or C, try and complete it in the time it takes to rent the game. And then not have to buy it. Got some good options. Blockbuster, man, we didn't know how good we had it until it was gone. You'd think as well, for what it's worth, if these take damage, you see in the top right where it's got like deliver object written 4 times, they should put a health bar on there, just for the sakes of it. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. I was going to say, because I'm already level 20 and there's no higher levels to unlock, one of the bonuses it appeared of that mission would be you'd get XP and all the rest of it, but like the XP doesn't matter. A bit of extra money would have been nice, but again, I have spawned loads of cargo on Sandswept. I just need to... I spawned it before I had the construction zone unlocked on Sandswept, so I've not sold it all yet. But I have got that there at some point. Deliver object. Why is it already saying bonus failed? I haven't even touched anything. God damn, you damage them first things. It damages the future itself. That's how serious that shit is. Where's the concrete plant? Over there, where I don't know. I think you can go over that bridge. Oh. Oh no, I don't know. No. So you'd have to build one there. Or unless there's some other long bollocks away around there. There is another bridge there. I don't know what happens to it. Let's have a look. It's looking pivoty. Yeah. Yeah, just got in that to reverse it into a shed and then switch vehicle anyway. It's a good job insurance claims don't exist on this game. I'll be bankrupt. Thank God for good turning circles. Right, we'll see if I can reach over and swing that crane around. It's a good job you said something, Zoltan, because, yeah, I'd have been like, what the hell? How do I get across here? Trying to clip that cargo container. Some of them are movable and some aren't. So it's nice to see which ones are though, so I can ram them out the way at my own pleasure. Really? E.T. could fucking phone home with how long this fucking finger crane thing is. We can't even reach it. What do you want me to do, game? Swim? Yeah, and that thing's up. There is a bridge in the background, but I don't know. Oh, it might have been this one. No, it ain't. That one is up. So what the hell? Oh, it's this one. That was up as well, so that doesn't really matter. It's looking like possibly a bridge over there, I suppose. Oh, I've not even built a bridge for a while. Oh, I'm not doing stupid fucking thin bridges that'll fall off in 2 seconds. Right, well fuck that mission off for now. I'll figure it out by next week, because I'll have my normal playthrough, but I'll have time outside of the live stream, etc. to actually mess around with it. Why is it saying bonus failed on everything? This game really tries tries to guilt trip you after you fuck it once. It's like a woman. Doesn't ever want you to forget about it now. It'll be on like DLC year 5 and it'll be like, remember when? Back on Contamination. Alright, well, once them 3 in a vehicle. Let's give the vehicle a go. Oh god, it's this thing with a horrific turning circle. See what I mean? I'd just quit now. Be like, first 6 seconds on the job, and be like, yeah. Bye! I've crashed it. Where does it even want me to go? Yeah, in fact, actually, because I was gonna... So it does make the flags go in order. Long story short, where did I even put the first one? There it is. Oh, shit. That ain't even gonna go over there. Go down here, maybe, then? Go under there. I'll just try and ram through trees. We'll find a way. Yeah, that's the one thing I never liked about this vehicle. That's why I've not really used it until now when it's forcing me to. Out of curiosity, does it want those to go to the same place? No. 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 Well, fuck me then. So I was going to say, if I can operate this big yellow crane, I could put those 3 things in this. But I might still do it anyway. Fuck it. I might steal their vehicle to use it for this mission. And then when, and only when, that works, I'll deliver their vehicle. Seems like a good plan. Yeah, they look like they'll fit. Ish. Oh shit, do you know, I was just holding the 9 key down to, like, access the crane. Yeah, how do we... What is it now? Raise and lower hook. R and F. Whoever made this crane. It's like, holy shit. They have nothing, nothing better to do. Most unnecessary set of controls ever. What's that noise? Do you know what that noise sounds like? You know Riddick? Not the Chronicles of Riddick. The one afterwards, that machine they put outside that scans for all the alien things makes a noise like that. That's weird as fuck. That's what it just reminded me of. Someone out there will know what I mean. the most random... Like, this is what's wrong with my brain. Why does it remember that? But then I can't even remember how old I am. But then I hear a noise and it's like, oh yeah, remember that random film from like 18 years ago? It sounds like the robot in that was only on screen for like 8 seconds. Shit. Every time I have like the memory of a goldfish with this crane. Literally like 5 seconds later and I forget all the controls again. It doesn't help that I have to keep using the keyboard for dropping this down, R and F. But then sometimes on different crane controls it's not R and F. At least up on the D-pad still works. Like looking this way is doing left on the analog stick, and that's making it go right. Now square is lowering it, but up on the D-pad lifts it up. This game is off its tits. This crane is like an LSD trip. Right. Yes. Cargo successfully stolen. Jesus Christ, you wouldn't want this as the getaway car. Even British police would have made it here by now. And they take the piss. So you can move them cargo containers. Oh yeah, that too. Docked is working in a port. Oh, is it? Fair enough. I don't think I have seen like that game then. So that sort of doesn't ring a bell. But yeah, sounds like, again, it could potentially... It's one of them, like, if the game's done right, they can take... I wouldn't even say a boring concept, but that's what I'm saying. It's just a concept that, if the game's done terribly, it'll end up being like a bit of a crap idea. But then if the game's done right, it ends up being... like a great game, even though it's a bit of an odd... a bit of a niche game to be working in a port, but again, like... Oh shit, I think I've gone the wrong way. Should have put more flags down. I was supposed to go back that way. Oh fucking hell, we'll just have to U-turn it, because I'm not reversing all that way. Why is this so unnecessarily slow, though? It is a bit obnoxiously slow. Yeah, the turning circle is that of a cruise ship. Apart from that, this thing could work in a port. Fit right in. Axel Deep, they have a trailer out for it. Yeah, cheers man, I'll check it out after the live stream. Shorty 3 on 6. I hope ATS and ETS are good on PS5. Yeah, true. I've got a good feeling they would be, because I think they seem pretty fleshed out by now. It seemed to be like a pretty popular game. So that's another good example, though. It's like, in theory, it could be a boring game if not done right, but it's a good game if it's done well. I've seen as well, I only saw a bit of it started playing in the beginning of the video, but I believe there's a new James Bond game out as well. I didn't watch the video, but just for some reason every now and then when I'm scrolling on YouTube it starts playing a video even if I've not clicked on it, which is handy sometimes, but yeah, it doesn't always do it. I don't really know why sometimes it doesn't. So it started playing the video, but I didn't officially click it and watch it. So he was driving like a green Jag or something. Shorty, I have them on PC. Oh, do you? So, yeah, you've had them for quite a while then. It's one of them, really. Like, now I've got the PC. Over the years, there's been quite a few games that I can't necessarily remember them all off the top of my head, but I just remember thinking over the years, like, oh, I wish I had a PC. Or, not even like, I wish I had one, but yeah, like, at least access to... I mean, the example I can think of is I've got BeamNG, which I always wanted to mess around with that. And I could, in theory, do videos on that, but there's not anything in particular that... I suppose they did add the rallying mode recently. I mean, at some point I'll probably do a BeamNG video, but I mean, yeah, I'm not necessarily, like, wanting to pick a game to make 100 videos on or whatever, but now I have got a PC, it's opened up a lot of options that I've never really had before, being a console guy my entire life. Yeah, it's one of them really. I need to kind of look... I don't know, I was going to say look on Steam and scroll through all the games or whatever, but it never really works like that. I never really recognise much, but it's just one of them. Every now and then something will trigger a memory and it'll be like, oh yeah, I always wanted to check that game out. But it's good, at least they are porting some things over now to consoles. As I was saying the other week, it was like, it used to be the other way round really. Most games were kind of like the console were the big games, and then eventually they'd port it over to the PC, whereas yeah, these days it's more... PC seem to have the... I don't mean like a surprising success, but you'd imagine what would be a small niche game. I think originally even like Mudrunner, and that was a pretty small niche game, and obviously it was just done well. The concept of it blew up. And yeah, obviously that's like moved over as well. BeamNG is another one which I don't think is on console yet, but I believe they're gonna at some point. Oh, I don't know actually, maybe it is already on console by now, I'm not sure. But yeah, that was a game that obviously come out like 13 odd years ago. And yeah, I wanted it for a good old while. But never really had plans on getting a PC. Until recently. Well, at least it let me kind of borrow the vehicle to deliver them. It probably helped a little bit. Well, ignore the concrete plant now. I think the old hermit is on that other island. Might have to start pouring... the only other option really... Well, no, because it was only giving me those two shitty bridges. I've never built a narrow bridge, but I just don't really want to. Don't know why, but I feel pretty strongly about it. I want a wide bridge. Retrieve the generator. Right. Could we reach over with a crane? Where did I leave that crane? It looked earlier, when I fell down there with the mule, it looked like you could drive from down there, and then those rocks look sloped-ish. I wouldn't fancy driving this thing back up there, but it looks like there is a possibility to drive up that rock. I don't know if I'm going to be able to reach over to this. Looks a little bit far. If I could get to the edge of the yard, I think I'd be able to, but... Since there's a building and that in the way, is any of this rammable? Nope. Well, one bit was, but the other bits weren't. Again, if I could park here, I think we'd be good, but since all that's blocking me, maybe I could try and drive it along the edge of here, but I don't think that's going to go too well. Option B is go down there, but I don't really fancy the crane's chances of getting back up. Yeah, I think like this rock, but again, if you're driving like a Lynx or something, I think you could drive up there. Then again, who knows? Could we send the crane down? Let's find out. Worst case, I'll just recover it. It's looking Better than I thought. What I'd actually do, I won't do now, but use a crane to lift a crane onto that building and then the crane to grab it. Shame. I bet it won't quite work, yeah, because you're not even like quite near enough. If you could use this gantry crane to lift your own crane up and put it on that building, but it'll only go down to there. Yeah, I think it'll be more hassle than it's worth. Right, let's see. Again, I mean, getting down here shouldn't be as much of a problem due to the assistance of gravity. It's getting back up, which is usually the tricky part. At least it has got a good turning circle. It might need to go to a 3-pointer, but it's better than a 19-pointer. Sunlight is pretty damn bright, right in the perfect spot. Typical, the one and only time I could do with less sunshine in this game, which is rare. Well, I actually got round here. There might be hope of getting this thing back up to the top. I'm going to put it here for now, but there may be a possibility of it being better to just... Yeah, that's better, sort of more middled. Because I was going to say, if you have it hanging over the front, this thing's going to catch its nose on everything on the way back up. And sometimes I've actually dangled things over the back, so it almost, if anything, lifts the front up a little bit. And you get caught even less, but just sitting here in the middle, it should be alright. Probably a bit keen. It looks like you might be able to drive up there, but I don't know if this thing's gonna go vertical enough. You know what? Why say it? Why not just try it? Like, I think it might get there, but I think it'll, yeah, not have enough grip. So it'll just wheel spin. But again, if you're just driving around in like a Lynx or something, you could probably would make it up there. You beast, don't do it. Right, now I'm kind of beached. See what I mean? If you had it hanging over the front now, I think your nose would catch quite badly there. The only thing is, with having this in the middle, it keeps the crane arm quite high, which does raise your centre of gravity somewhat. Rebel, I got a PS5 and 4. Yeah, true, I saw your video as well, where you got all the old Call of Duty games and all that, going back quite a ways. Got some of the original early ones. Shorty 316. I have my PS4 for backup. Yeah, same here really. Like, if all else goes to shit, as far as I know anyway, my PS4 is still working. In fact, yeah, it is. I watched Days of Thunder the other day again for like the 8,000th time. Still enjoy that film. It's a damn good one. Well, all things considered, that went not too badly. I forgot to track the mission though. I saw though when I highlighted the mission, it said again bonus failed, but I don't know if it is counting like... It seems to be saying bonus failed for everything. But I lost the entire bonus from those 4 things. But I don't know if, like, it's even that same bonus failed. I reckon it's just, I suppose technically a glitch. Not that bad, but I don't think the bonus is relevant at this point. On these missions, anyway. Because when it brought up the thing saying about the damageable cargo, it had a picture of those canisters. Whereas I don't think, like, that generator I just delivered has, like, a damage meter on it. So I won't worry about that thing popping up too much. Oh, so it wants both of them from there. Yeah, but I've got to get over here. What is the issue? I haven't got too long left either. Oh, it's alright. They're in the machine yard. Option B, I suppose I could spawn a vehicle. I might just go for a little drive up here, because I actually would like to know. Like, it's a bit longer, but in theory I could grab those concrete things. I'd have to go down this side of the map. And possibly go back up. Or again, I don't technically know, actually. In fact, yeah, let's grab the links. We'll find out where that road goes. I assume eventually you should be able to go round and then pivot that bridge. Once that bridge is done, then that's kind of like I should be able to get over to where that water treatment is and the hermit and all the rest of it. Oh yeah, obviously at some point I'll get this done. It's not actually brought up the mission itself yet to build that road. I can obviously do it, which I quite like about this game. Like, I could in theory build that road before it's asking me to, and it's the same with like fixing pipes and stuff like that. You can actually do them like ahead of the actual mission telling you to. Beanie London, you've got to get a replacement rail section to repair this. Is that I might be fairly behind on the comments now. I think you might be talking about that bit that I ended up fixing. Yeah, you're going to need to clear out quite a lot of stuff along here to build that road. Not that it matters, I'll happily ram trees over. Oh shit, not them ones. Oh, we have a scrapyard of some sort. I wonder if there's going to be like a beams facility around here. Oh shit, I didn't realise there was 50 million more tree stumps. At least his Lynx has a little bit of a chance of climbing over them. Warehouse 501. Sounds a bit sketchy. I was watching a thing the other day on what was it, like the Russian version of like their Area 51. I can't remember what it was called now. Soon went. But yeah, it was pretty interesting actually. I mean, again, you can see the river's kind of snaking around here, so in theory this is kind of like, it's, if it's not a full-on island, it basically is, because it's got a river weaving around. I won't get too much uncovered, but I'll at least go to the bank just so I can get some perspective on where the edges are. Certainly far too wide to do a bridge layer. Shit, that'd take quite a bit of effort even just dumping sand at that point. So I'll leave that there for now, but I think I'll spawn another Lynx and try and head off up this way, see what's going on. Where are you? There you are. Right, let's try and figure out, I mean, I could just follow this coastline along, I suppose. figure out after that. I kind of like to get the edges uncovered. It's a bit of a sketchy hill. Shit, there's another pivot thing there. Sorry, I'm just going to move the comments down again. I am pretty far off. I seem to like there's loads of comments now. Right, we're there. Rebel, I'm running both every day, make SnowRunner videos on 4, Roadcraft on 5. Oh dear, so you're switching, yeah, still between them. So I'm just going to have to cough. It's a bit better. Rebel, I found when tracks won't go, just try going straight a little and then try turning. Yeah, when you get stuck on the tracks, it's got me a few times in the past though, where it sort of just stays, like, keeps you locked in. Particularly the Vostok was pretty bad for it, to be honest. That's the one that I got stuck for a while. I can't remember what map it was on now. But yeah, particularly the tracked vehicles don't seem to like it. The wheeled vehicles, yeah, for the most part, you get a bit of speed and give it a good hard turn left or right. It seems to make it off. I've been in London. I'm working on sorting cargo at Sawmill to hopefully open the construction depot. Yeah, that's one I've got in the bag now. I wanted to get that one done nice and early, just so the option's there. Again, it's like now, like, I don't really want to build those thin wooden bridges, but I could, and I've got no wood yet, and I could use a crayfish and harvest some and all that. But I could also just, yeah, go and buy some from the construction zone, basically. Just thinking, can I ram this trailer out of the way? Not as well as I was hoping. Yes. It'll do. Well, I don't know actually, because those weights under the bridge actually look like they'll probably catch it. This is the problem with scouts in this game, they've got no weight really. Once it's just scratching along the ground anyway, like if you could sort of roll it over. Well, I'm going to have to bring a big crane anyway, I suppose, to move that, so... Alright, so that gets us there. Where are we in terms of the map? What was the view like over here? So yeah, this is basically, so it is like a selection of islands, really. At this point, I may as well follow this road along, but I may as well bring a big crane over here and get that bridge sorted. Because eventually, sooner or later, I'll loop around to sort that final bridge and kind of get the entire map connected up, which will be quite handy. Zoltan, customer service is crap. I was into the game on PC with 150 hours when crashed and lost all my save and wanted to restart from 0. I emailed them, not even a response email. Then I started on Xbox. Yeah, that's pretty bad if they're not even responding. Although yeah, I don't have much faith in like any customer service really. Again, the last time I even dealt with them was Call of Duty Ghost years ago when, as I said, some hacker essentially made me get 1,000,000 points, and then I told Call of Duty about it, and then they didn't do anything for like 1.5 years or whatever it was, and then just completely deleted my game. Which, yeah, was a bit of a pain in the arse, since they're the ones that failed to stop people hacking. And again, I wasn't hacking, it was just I shot a hacker, so it gave me 1,000,000 points. Another epic. I think I had 3 of them. Right. Shit. River by choice. Axel seaweed chat faster than Wolf can keep up. Yeah, it's one of them as well where, depending on what mission I'm doing, sometimes I can sort of drive it along and I'll just mostly read comments. There's been quite a lot of, like, this game tonight where I'm actually having to look what I'm doing, so I've not been able to read as many, but I'm trying to catch up. Axel Deep, it's all good. I thought something was wrong on my end. Yeah, no, it's all good, dude. It's just me lagging behind a bit. Normally I do anyway, but tonight I seem to be particularly far back on the comments. Rebel, we got a new truck in the SnowRunner. It's a COE. Looks like a mule. I might have briefly seen it in terms of, like, when I was clicking all the different DLCs, adding them into my cart on Steam. I think I've seen them then briefly in, like, the thumbnail and all the rest of it. Beanie London, I just updated my SnowRunner, but I haven't been on much since Roadcraft came out. I'll have to go and check it out. Yeah, they've released a Season 5 now. I assume, though, is the Season 16 that's released the last one of Year 4? If I'm not mistaken. Beanie London, we are literally doing the same task at the sawmill. Yeah, it's worth, again, getting that one done sooner rather than later, I reckon. Get the shit out of the way. It's like a new trailer, though. Don't know if we'll ever get a good version of it, but... Well, I suppose it's just a white... crap fuel trailer, I suppose, actually. Don't like pulling that. I'm not lengthening the rope there, but it was... I don't know, lengthening itself. Still get away with it. It won't let me move it with the crane, but it will let me press triangle there. Again, another weird quirk of the mechanics where it's like part of it. I wish it wouldn't fling my vehicle around as much as it is. Yeah, like one way it moves it was sort of like when I was folding out that bridge layer the other day. It couldn't move anything, but then when I folded it the other way, it lifted like the truck and the entire other bridge that was sat on me and all sorts. I mean, it's close enough. I'll give it a last little nudge, but should do her. I quite like the idea, though, of this, like, spinning the bridges around. Again, they could have give a bit more of a hint that that is how they work. Because I assume a lot of other people would probably assume that they were just going to be, like, a future mission that'll... I thought you'd get, like, a little cutscene, you know, where, like, you turn the power back on or whatever, and they all start, like, auto-swinging back into position. That's what I sort of assumed was going to happen with them. Alright, well, I don't really know where I'm going. I may as well just follow the road for now. I sort of roughly want to go left if I can to keep over to the left side of the map. Rebel, can't remember, but I saw you can use the crane and drive. I mean, move the crane around. I think you can, but it was in... You know when it had the first crane menu option? when the controls weren't as much like SnowRunner, but I believe you could enter the crane and exit it while you were driving. But then when I put it into Legacy mode, it makes the controls more similar to SnowRunner, but I believe that's when it then, like, cock-blocks it from being able to sort of use them at the same time, which I don't really know why. Mick Taylor, you telling me the loaf couldn't do a better job of cleaning that out? The loaf would clean everything out. He's goddamn professional. I haven't really used him much on this map so far, to be fair. I'll have to send him in. Shorty316, did the girl get fired from this DLC? Yeah, I'm not sure. We were sort of all saying that earlier with Kelly. Don't know where she is, but I have to start a petition to get her back. She's part of the game now. Yeah. So either she's called it a day, or they're just being too tight to pay her to come back and do some more voice acting. I'm not too sure. Sorry, I keep sort of looking every few seconds. I don't really know why, because there's a big fat ditch there. It's going to be a bit awkward to get around. Can I just freestyle my way up here? Is the question. Maybe. It's looking better than a no. Well, I don't know, though. This is a bit sketchy for the crane. Fire them legs out. Back it up, Terror. I'll admit, a crane is probably not the best scout vehicle, but if I eventually make it to the other end, where I can pivot the bridge around, I'm going to need it anyway, so... I really don't know if this was the best way to go. It did appear like there was a big fat hole in the road over there though, so I figured this thing might struggle getting across there anyway, so I may as well attempt to explore around here. It looks like I could island hop over to there. See what I mean? That just catches its chin every 3 seconds. I don't really understand how a skid plate works. The clue is in the name though. Kelly's out on maternity leave. Yeah, exactly. Been knocked up. Been in London. I want to use the forklifts. True. I wouldn't say no if they gave us the option to, instead of just selling them. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, not just selling. Rebel, 10 grand a forklift I'm selling. Remember, SnowRunner forklift was a pain. Yeah, that is true. It's one of them, I suppose, where no matter how clean they get the controls, it's just a longer, more drawn-out way of, like, versus using the crane. But I know what you mean. I still wouldn't say no to them adding it, even though I'd probably only use it once and then avoid it. But that said, I would also say SnowRunner did a better job of cleaner control schemes, versus this game is a little bit questionable on choices they made of, like, ways to do controls and all the rest of it. So where was that pivot in that one? Yeah, I don't know if that'd, if they'd do as clean of a job as they did in SnowRunner. Well, it appears there is a road laid out for me. Well, use the word road loosely. Rebel autocorrect. Yeah, it's all good, man. Gets us all. Zoltan, Xbox has it downloaded automatically but had to install manually, but after it became available. But if he sees just grade, he is just not available and not finished the base maps. Yeah. Again, I've not got an Xbox, but that's generally like, I remember back on the PS4, it was like sometimes it'd download automatically, sometimes I had to go back into the PS Store. And sometimes it'd make me like re-enter my card details, even though, say if I'd bought the year 1 pass, so you get season 1, 2, 3 and 4. I've bought it, but it might ask me to put my card details back in, even if I'm just downloading, like, Season 3, which I've already paid for as part of Year 1. So I didn't have to pay any extra money or anything, and it seems a little bit excessive at that point, because if I've already paid for it and there's nothing else to buy, I don't really know why it needs all my details, but... typical bureaucracy and red tape. Right, scroll the comments down a bit more. We'll get in there. Yeah, it was the little cat telehandler. Yeah, that was it. Which, again, I'm still glad they added it. But I would also say it's a good point that the chances are we would all use it once and be like, yeah, nah, crane's just quicker. It is hard to top this crane, just in the fact that it's annoying you have to keep holding the button down to enter the crane, but you literally just press X and it'll fire a winch out to the piece of cargo. It does make life a bit easier. Oh, there is actually, there did appear to be some kind of bridge going on up there. I mean, really, I want to get over to this water plant, because I assume that's the way to that swingy bridge. Which, what time is it? Yeah, not got too long left anyway, so it's probably going to be one of the last things I'm doing tonight, but at least it'll be done for next week. And for anyone else starting the map, at least you can have a quick overview of what the, I don't know, route to go is to get to these bridges, to swing them open. So I can get doing like the concrete mission and the hermit guy and all that. It does appear there is shallow water-ish. Rebel, I'm driving the Wayfarer. It's easier to drive in first person. Haha, I drive everything else in third. Yeah, I'm mostly third person on a lot of stuff. I find it, I'd say it's more me, I'm not saying it's the game, but when I go in first person, I'm just really not very good at steering anymore. I always like overcorrect, overshoot and all sorts. It seems safer for everyone if I'm in third person, because I'm not exactly the no claims bonus kind of driver even in third person. In Roadcraft that is, yeah. Same like even now, I don't know, like going along now is obviously not too bad. And to be fair, this has quite nice nippy steering, so I probably could get used to it in this. But a lot of the vehicles, especially the slower steering ones, I just find I'm always like, I start boating around like this, or I go to turn this corner, but I do it like now and go flying off the edge and all sorts. Yeah, as you can see. Starts to get out of hand. After all that, it best reach the bloody bridge. It does. If you keep going, will it just swing the bridge the other way? No, it pretty much does force it. Oh, I don't know. It's going a bit. Not happy about it though. I'll do anyway. It goes a bit mad with when you're moving it, like my anchors and that are flying all over the place. Appear to be hooked. One. Oh. A bit more of that, there we go. Just destroy a few $1 million bridge while I'm at it. Just to top it off. Well, anyway, in theory now, I mean, that's the island you start on. I can get over to there. I'm hoping that can get you up to there. In fact, I'll go and check it out, probably with the links, because I can cross there, and the crane did it as well, so it's doable. But to be fair, it did look like there was a bridge somewhere up here that would be quite handy. I've already lost. Oh, it was that. What? Where the hell did I take the links to then? Oh yeah, I drove that all the way around somewhere, didn't I, there? Oh well, crane it is then. bridge somewhere in the background. Oh, the frame rate's taking a nosedive. Shit. I restarted today on hard mode there, but didn't try to go in them. Is that with the telehandler things? Don't know why the camera keeps doing that when you enter crane mode. No. Oh, I'm gonna have to reverse at this point anyway. Oh, I appear to be slightly stuck. So if we just enter crane mode now, I could pull this gate open whilst I'm moving back. Which would be nice. That'll do. Beanie London. Okay, right after fixing the train track, you will get a job to recover chemical vessels. You have to be very gentle handling them or you'll break and lose your bonuses. I tried, I was probably going to break them anyway, by the way, but I tried that press R2 to recover item because I'd not seen that before. And it kind of respawned all 4 of them a few feet off the ground and kind of slammed them back down to the ground. So before I even had a chance really to start the mission, I kind of already broke them and completely lost my bonus. So yeah, as predicted, it was never going to go well for me, but yeah, it probably wasn't the best mission to choose to like reset the cargo to see what it does. But again, I don't remember seeing that option before, so when I read it, needed to know for science what it was going to do. Yeah, I need to get over to those bridges. If I can just get them uncovered on the map, or at least have more bearing of a complete loop around the map. For Tough Kelly's Ghost. That would be the next DLC. Go and recover Kelly from a mine shaft again. To get skipped back out. Well, I was going to go to them bridges. It appears this crane is trying its damnedest to get stuck on everything now. And I have seen it catch its chin on just about enough stuff for today. I'm gonna go that way, but I don't think there's much point. I don't know how well this way is going to go. Oh, we should be right. I think I did come down this way, actually. Could I just follow the shore along? I probably could. I'm going to try and loop around, just because I actually want to... curious, like, which road it is and all the rest of it. Oh, not now. Why? I'm so close to the edge. Rebel, scratching was a spider. Bloody, is that how far back I am? I don't know what the hell, like, again, my cat always comes up and just starts clawing the sofa, which I'm 2 inches away from. It sounded like that for 3 or 4 seconds, which I just thought, oh, it's my cat, and I looked down and he's nowhere. And he definitely would have been floating around if it was him. So, yeah, fuck knows. That did freak me out for a bit, though. It's getting light now. When it pitch black in a flat on my own and something starts scratching the sofa next to you that ain't your cat. That is not good. Well, I'll just get around here, but the frame rates took an actual full-on nosedive now, so it's about time to call it a day. It's like it heard me and panicked. Jesus Christ, where is this fucking bridge, man? It's like there, but for some reason it's making me go the fucking longest way in history around to it. And it doesn't even look, I mean, this is rail tracks, not a road. I was hoping to see a road. It's usually what you accompany bridges with. Juice actually looked like a goddamn professional. Oh shit, sorry, I'll scroll the comments down. I forgot to alt-tab back. Yeah, we might have a road up ahead. Blade on front, crane folded at the back, and included. Like goddamn professional. Not included, enclosed. We do need more loaf options in this game. I want one with a snorkel. And yeah, I mean, a loaf with a plough would be good. A loaf with a crane. You could have it all. Oh, shit, overturning. That's not even in first person. Being in London, the chem barrels can take 1 or 2 bumps, then the bonus is gone. Yeah, I noticed. I think I reset them about 3 times as well, so they just kept floating a few feet above the ground and slamming back down. So yeah, I completely nailed them before I even got to move them. I don't doubt I would have at the very least, damaged them. Even the train car that I dragged that had the first 2 in originally, I managed to damage them, and all I did was drag a train car along the tracks. So in theory I would have thought you couldn't get much smoother than that, but apparently not. Rebel, Clarkson curse, and Zoltan, you could pull the whole train. Yeah, I was quite far back then in the comments, wasn't I didn't realise though, again, because it wasn't scrolling for a while, I have to keep manually clicking on it. Yeah, well, I've reached that point, which is now back essentially to the start. We've got that bridge in place for that, but at least there is theoretically an entire lap around the map now, which will be handy. Again, I can let's visit the old hermit. It probably ain't even worth risking it at the minute, not in the crane. Beanie London, the other cargo is the breakable barrels. Yeah, they're definitely breakable. Travis Pollard, I'm doing last map, then I've been lazy trying to do stacking the cargo on the crane. One mission is repair the pier or dock with the slabs. The final destination, the slabs right off the crane, got annoying. I think I know which one you mean. Is it on Colonel? Which, yeah, I think I ended up moving them with the heavy transporter in the end and kind of packed a crane on top and all sorts, but it got a bit fiddly, especially at the dock, because then there was some weird hitboxes going on the dock that you couldn't see, but it was throwing my vehicle around. And at some point I got quite good footage of it, because it dragged the entire heavy transporter like over to the left, which I couldn't possibly have done on my own. Ford Tough, if you don't use legacy controls you can, yeah, that's it, innit, with a crane menu thing. Which is a shame they've done it that way, but I'd still rather the legacy mode that it's more like SnowRunner. But I remember for, yeah, like day 1 of this game, I tried out like the crane the normal way, and it was a lot better being able to just access the crane the way it did. Does anyone know if you can straighten the swing bridges? Oh yeah, well, it turns out, yeah, thanks to Zoltan for letting us know. Yeah, you've got to, it appears you've got to go to like the short end of it, and then it'll swing it. So for example, like this one, yeah, is like that's the short end and that's the longer end. It'd only let me grab it from the short end, like when I tried on, was it this bridge? Yeah, it wouldn't let me, even though the crane would have easily reached. It wouldn't let me. Like, it appears though there is like those yellow little hook things that in theory you should be able to winch to, but for whatever reason it didn't let me, hence really why I just spent about the last half an hour driving all the way around just to mainly get that bridge swung around. Again, they could have hinted it a bit more, because I'm sure a lot of people are probably doing what I thought was like, oh, it'll just be some game completion animation thing, it'll do it, but it appears not. Yeah, Wolf did it earlier with his crane. Okay, we'll try again. What was it? Yeah, couldn't move them. Axel Deep, see you guys later. Enjoyed the stream. Thanks for telling me about it, Rebel. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Cheers for popping in. And yeah, have fun with your different games, expeditions and all that, and making videos. Night, Axel. Talk to you tomorrow. Being in London, I moved 2 train cars with the F350 in L. What's the F350? You on about on this game? Oh, is it the the Minuteman truck? I think you might be on about. Yeah, that's probably for the best, really. I reckon moving that first train car with a large crane was like overcomplicating it. Really, I ended up essentially using the crane like a winch, just a longer, more drawn out pain in the arse winch. Yeah, I think taking a Scout, at least for the first one. The second one was obviously dangling off the hill, and for me, unfortunately, the crane couldn't even lift it, so it kind of started nose diving down to the ground. And yeah, was that when I think it was just before I then recovered items and it dropped them all anyway. So I completely failed that mission, but I'm glad I've kind of done the trial run on this, so when I do the mission properly on my normal playthrough, I can, at least I know now what to avoid, so I can get footage of the proper way to do it. The other side looks closer. Yeah, is that where those swing bridges? J-War, Blood Moon tomorrow night. It was not like, it's been normal moon tonight for me in the UK anyway, but earlier it was bright as fuck. Like, even at sort of 2 in the morning, it looked like, yeah, pretty damn light outside because the moon was shining pretty good. Being in London, yeah, put the cargo in the truck. Cargo goes to North Island, truck to South location. Guess who delivered the truck first? Yeah, it was only, thankfully I kind of looked over and realised it was only because I saw that gantry crane in the construction zone I thought I might be able to wing it, but yeah, I sort of got a bit lucky on that because I was 9/10 of the way to bringing the mule back to grab all the cargo. But thankfully, because there was some of those gantry cranes on previous maps, probably in like, what was it? It must have been, yeah, Sandswept at the port and that, but they never had power until, probably got powered eventually near the end, but I didn't really need them by then. Or was it that map? I don't know, there was one of them anyway, they didn't have power going to them when I needed them. Scammed me. John Oligschlager, I think. Do you have the side objective to open the steel beam factory? That quest line gives you the metal bridge. Let's have a look. Yeah, my cat is here now. You find out what was scratching the sofa. Concrete plant. Maybe transformers to the steel mill. Might be that one. Well, it doesn't say rewards metal bridge, but saying that, I don't know if it did on like the other ones originally. Well, there's that one, steel beams facility. I won't do any more tonight, but yeah, I appreciate it, because once I've got like, yeah, I don't like those narrow wooden bridges. I reckon I could drive over them if I concentrate hard enough, but it's more, particularly even going back onto like Incommunicado, it made us build a wooden bridge over into like the yard on there, but then at some point you have to send AI over, and I really don't trust the AI going over those narrow bridges, so if I'm going to build a bridge, I'd rather just make it either the wide log bridge or the steel bridge or the concrete bridge, really, so at least the AI have a hope in hell of being able to stay online with it. Rebel, 100 videos, you mean 1,000 videos? I'm almost there. Yeah, you are getting pretty close. I think, am I just over 1,000 videos now? I think I am. It's pretty mad. I don't feel like I've made 1,000, to be fair. Although it is over like some many years. You are catching up at a rate of knots. You ever tried any of the Need for Speed games? Yeah, I used to love them back in the day. Even like the old original ones, and then I think we were saying a little while ago, I think we worked out it was probably Need for Speed Carbon I properly played last, where I just remember it was like a bit of a drifting aspect to it, that me and my brother were drifting a Mustang down like a mountain track. And you weren't, like, the top score was supposed to be, like, you get 500,000 points. We ended up getting, like, 28 million or whatever it was, because we managed to drift the entire track, which you weren't supposed to do, but we just kept taking it in turns, like, just sat there day after day, like, yep, now you have a go. And eventually we got ridiculously good at drifting this one track. Yeah, if only I was doing YouTube back then, it would have been a good old video. But yeah, I think it was Carbon. I can't remember. Some people were sort of saying. I think that sort of narrowed it down to that. I did get Need for Speed Most Wanted. What? It must have been on the PS4. I don't know. Or yeah, it must be. Because I can't. I don't think I've got it on the PC. But I don't know. It wasn't the one I was thinking of. It felt like a remake of Most Wanted. But yeah, overall though, I do like the Need for Speed games, or I did. I not to say I don't like the newer ones, but I don't remember them as well as like back in the day. You know, like Need for Speed 2 and all that. Well, even the original ones, I remember playing them, but I remember it got pretty big around Need for Speed 2, and then yeah, some of the ones after that. Sol Vegas, how did you get the bridge to turn? Yeah, using a large crane. And grab it from the short end, is what she said. And then, yeah, just winch it. It's a bit awkward with a crane, but there is footage of me doing it in this live stream, just if you want to see how it's going. Rebel, pushing 19 hours, 12.50 for you, should be around 5.50. Yeah, well, it's gone past that now. Yeah, that's how far behind I am on the comments. And then when I scroll down, it jumps all the way down and makes me lose where I was. Beanie London, I turned the bridge with an epic crane. There's a winch point on the end. Yeah, again, that's pretty cool though. I quite like they've added them. It's a bit random, but and I suppose once you've done it, it's done. But whatever. At least it's a new way of technically building a bridge, or at least adds to the routes you're able to go. But it does take a little bit of effort to do them. Beanie London, I was able to park the crane in the train yard right where the generator goes, and I could reach the lost cargo behind the building. Very end of reach for biggest cranes. Zix won't reach. Oh, did you? It did cross my mind for a minute, but I just didn't think of doing it in the end. But yeah, cheers for letting us know, because at least it's good to know that it is theoretically doable. John, again, is it Olig Schlager? Sol Vegas, you take a crane, and there are points on the bridges to connect the crane. Thanks, B. There's a turnable bridge in front of you. Look on the tree. Was that for me? To be fair, even when you made that comment, it's probably quite a while back by now. Oh, sorry, I've got to get back off the comments. Yeah, I'm not sure where I was. Look at the side quest. Oh, for the steel beam factory. Yeah, I am in side quest. Was it this one? That says the steel beams facility will be restored. It might be that one. It doesn't specifically say in rewards bridges unlocked, but again, I don't know if it did originally anyway. There's a few other maps back in the day that we unlocked bridges, but I can't remember if it actually specifically said. But yeah, I'll get that mission kind of in the bag sooner rather than later to get them unlocked, because I certainly don't like those little narrow wooden bridges. Rebel, need to use a crane as a scout. COD Ghost was the last one I was on. Yeah, I really like COD Ghost. I think it was underrated. It got panned a bit at the time, just because some of the colours were, I think, were a bit washed out. People didn't like that, which it sort of was. It was on, yeah, Siege on that map. That was what I shot the hacker on, and it gave me like 1,000,000 points or whatever. Yeah, I really like that though. That's the game I properly learned to snipe on. I'd already got good at Tomahawks on Black Ops, and then it was throwing knives on Ghost. But even the storyline, I would like them to do Ghost 2 at some point, because there was that, what was his name, Rourke or something, that kidnapped, like, you were playing as like the two brothers and their dad was like one of the main guys or whatever, and that Rourke was like a rogue ghost guy, and he ends up at the end like kidnapping one of the brothers. And then the game ends, obviously, in theory. Ghost 2 is going to be like, he's probably tortured and broke one of the brothers and are probably using them to fucking do some evil shit typical sort of storyline. But yeah, I'd like them to actually kind of tie up that, really. I think Ghost got a worse rep than it deserved. Rebel, year 5 of SnowRunner will have 17 to 20 phases. Yeah, so it is, again, yeah, the last one for Season 4. Fair enough, so you don't even need to buy the newest one, really, just to have this latest Season 16. Rebel, I'm now at 113 subscribers. Yeah, that's good, man. That's still, it's climbing up at a good rate, because, again, it's fucking difficult to get your foot in the door, really, as far as subscribers go. You sort of... even now, for me it is, but I mean, like, relatively speaking, back then, like, I remember it took me, yeah, ages doing, like, Call of Duty videos for well over a year, probably a good couple of years, just to get to, like, 50 subscribers or something. I remember eventually getting to 100, and then, yeah, I think when I started SnowRunner, I was on about 180, maybe, and then it started to climb quicker at that point. I think it was mainly the headlight video was the first SnowRunner video I did, but just the fact that the game was so awkward with turning your headlights on, that video kind of did pretty well. Helped boost me up a bit. It happens when the crane is not stable or is on 4 legs. Yeah, which, pulling those bridges round, it seems to get a little bit... to be fair, there probably was like one of me crane leg things hanging over the edge, which probably didn't help. But it did throw me around a bit. Rebel, use the crane from the back, not reaching over the cab, not crab. Yeah, true, I agree, that probably would be quicker. I'm always in a bit of a rush on the live stream, versus, again, I can mess around at my own pace on, like, the normal videos and then edit out 99% of the time. I was kind of taking my time, whereas, yeah, on the... It doesn't always pay off, but I was going to say on the live stream, I'm trying to do things as quick as possible. Sometimes it bites me. Are those scrap Vorons I'm seeing? Yeah, do you know what? I reckon they were. I even crossed my mind when I was, like, driving past them. I just didn't say, but I do think they were. Stoner, yo, how's it going, man? Good to have you join us. I'm pretty much at the end of the stream now. I'm trying to catch up on comments before I go. Rebel, I'm going to have to stay up sugar low. It's 1:23 AM here now, so 6:23 for you. Yeah, and now it is 6:40. John Oleg Schlager. Can't even talk myself. That's not even your name. That's just my terrible pronunciation skills. The road is there, but it's got a yellow box on one side. Yeah, is that big fat road? Where was it? I've got to switch back to that. Oh, it was there. I think snaking all the way through there. For some reason it's not lighting up now. I'm sure it's going to be one of them. Yeah, I was going to go over to infrastructure. Yeah, that one. Bit of a long one, that's what she said, of course. But yeah, I'm going to have to smash quite a few trees down and all the rest of it to get that one done. Rebel, SnowRunner time, not on video save slot. Beanie London, good night, folks. It's 1:28. Yeah, cheers, man. I appreciate it for popping in. Like, I'm pretty much done now. I'm just going to read the rest of the comments. Rebel, Night B, check out Minbro, Fran, and Andamore. Again, I don't know why, I just have some lack of ability to pronounce foreign language. I don't know how it happened. It wasn't on purpose. Rebel, 133. Oh, I think I am actually at the bottom now. Near enough, that's what she said. John Oleg Schlager. See, I think that went a bit better. That's what... I get to do tomorrow, the one that's called Deliver Transformers to the Steel Mill. I could do that in the morning. Yeah, I think I'm going to get... Well, I suppose I've got a couple of missions ahead. I don't know, tomorrow I'll be making a video on my normal playthrough. I'm technically a bit further ahead now in this live stream than I am on my normal playthrough. But yeah, I'm going to be pretty close to doing that, because I've already done, like, the construction zone. In fact, tomorrow I'll probably be trying to move those delicate cargo that I managed to completely smash and blow all the bonuses. I think that's the one I'll be attempting. Ford Tough 83. I think Need for Speed Payback was the last one I played. It could be for me as well. I remember I've not bought them for a while, but years ago now, my brother had a PS4 as well, and he bought a load of the Need for Speed games for cheap. And I borrowed all the games off him for a while, and I had 3 or 4 different Need for Speed games that I borrowed off him, and I think it was stuff like Payback and those ones that were in there. I played 1 or 2 of them, but only very briefly. I didn't really get into them. But yeah, definitely back in the day though. Like, I remember the original ones that were sort of running from the police almost more than like, and then it, you know, Need for Speed 2 and all that merged into, which was good in its own right. It was a lot of like the customizing vehicles, and then it started to move into like drag racing and then drifting and all that. It's kind of been through a few phases, I suppose. But yeah, they need to bring more games back like that. And Burnout, that was a great game back in the day. Burnout Paradise City wasn't even too bad, but even the original, like Burnout 1 and 2 and all the rest of it, were pretty good. Travis Pollard, I'm soon switching to PC. Finally broke down to get a 5080. I'm hoping to get some emulators to play a couple of classic games. Should be here this week. Yeah, you pretty much, that's kind of the similar route I went in the end. Again, I've been console guy like my entire life, but it just so happened between my phone was essentially breaking, it's still on the verge of it now, and then realising that Roadcraft was going to be PS5, not PS4, so it was kind of like, yeah, I almost went for a PC as like, I know it's not a phone, but it took the weight off. Like, in theory, I can now get onto my banking app via the PC and all the rest of it. I don't have to just rely on my phone. But I also like the fact that, yeah, there's you talking about emulators and that. I want to get stuff like GoldenEye. There's loads of old games that I want to play that I've never really had the option to on Sony. And like you know, even if they're older games, like they don't really have a lot of the cool older stuff on the Play Store or anything. So yeah, now I've got a PC, it's opens up like a lot of chances to play a lot of games that I've wanted to for a hell of a long time. John Oligschlager, long on the end of the last name. Is that your name? Have I pronounced it wrong? I was going to say, anyway, after all that, I've probably pronounced it wrong anyway. I wouldn't know how else to pronounce it, though, to be honest. Oligschlager. I'm not sure. Long on the end of the last name. I'm not sure. Oh, we're down to the bottom of the comments. And yeah, as well, just got you saying, Travis Pollard, about getting a 5080. I think that'd handle it pretty well. I got the 5070. Was it the Ti? I can't remember in the end. But either way, I'm like a downgrade from that. And I've got to say, it's been fine for me. It's not actually caused me any hassle, considering I'm a complete like PC noob and I don't really know what I'm doing. I preferably needed hardware that would at least not hassle me every 5 minutes and I have to troubleshoot and all the rest of it, because I'm just not clued up enough to be doing that, preferably. Yeah, it's been pretty damn solid for me. Like, it's not really hassled me with anything. It renders stuff rapidly enough for me anyway. I'm sure like the higher end stuff goes even quicker, but it's certainly been quick enough for me. The frame rates have all been fine. This game has had its own separate frame rate issue, but I don't think that's down to like the graphics card. I've played other like BeamNG and all that on here, and that's all been fine. So yeah, I think like that 5080 will be even stronger than that, and yeah, it should do fine. Let alone if you're just doing emulators to play the classic games, should be even easier. But yeah, I was just saying, from what I know, I've got the down version of that, and that's been perfectly fine for me so far. And I probably, like, with doing video editing as well, I kind of wanted one a bit stronger for doing that. So I'd also say, like, you could probably get, I think I got the 5070 Ti, I can't even remember now, but I think it is. Does it even have the name on it anywhere? I can see Game Rock, but I can't see a brand name. Or, like, the level it is. I think it was the Ti, but yeah, I could probably got away with getting, like, just a 5070 or something as well. And, like, just for playing games, I think would have been fine. John Oligschlager, that is good. Oh, have I got it about right? That's good, man. It was good attempt. An attempt was made. Rebel by choice. Have a good morning. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I think, yeah, I'm at the bottom of the comments now. I'll leave it there because I've gone on a bit longer, but I, yeah, wanted to catch up on the comments. since I've fallen behind. Yeah, there's a last overlook at the map. We eventually got like a bit of a loop going. Not quite, but if you actually follow that blue pipeline around the map, that's roughly the loop I've drawn in the end. Yeah, again, I'll be back to doing videos like same map really, but on my normal playthrough. Yeah, enjoy yourselves, whatever you get up to, whether it's morning, night or afternoon, whatever it is, wherever you are. Yeah, and I'll be back pretty soon. John Oligschlager, I've had people do the short on the end of the game is the German pronunciation. Fair enough. Yeah, I do know you guys pronounce it a little bit. Well, a few things like you also, isn't it the letter W? You always pronounce it more like a V than a W. So like Volkswagen would be like Volkswagen or something like that. Anyway, again, I'm certainly not the guy to be attempting different pronunciations. I have enough trouble with the English language, and I've been here all my life. Travis Pollard, yes for sure, I have to deal with pretty low end laptop, ran most games decent, so I'm sure the specs I got should be well off, like you said, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it'll be more than enough. Like, again, I've been pretty happy with, like, that's the one thing that I was worrying, like, I hope it doesn't hassle me, and touch wood, it has been pretty respectable, I have to say. Certainly for the needs I've been using it, but I've tried, you know, this is the latest game, I've got it dialed up to max settings on everything, it's still stayed above, well above 60 FPS and all that, and again, rendering's been rapid and all the rest of it, so I think it should be should be good enough, or more than good enough really, but yeah, it should be solid. Have a good morning, it's 11:48 for me. Yeah, cheers dude, I appreciate you popping in and all the rest of it. Travis Pollard, have a good day / night. Yeah, cheers guys, right, I'll call it a day there, but yeah, thanks everyone for popping in and hanging out and all the rest of it. Yeah, like I say, enjoy yourselves. I'll just quickly return to the hub just to see what % I've completed, just to have it on record. Should be about 13%-ish, maybe 15. I should be roughly where I was up to. Oh, 19. Oh yeah, I did, I suppose, that delicate cargo mission, all that. But there you go, that's actually like nearly a fifth of the game, really. For Travis as well, you were saying like that's, I can just scroll over. The only difference, it's now added a pieces of paper behind those first two missions. I have no idea why though. But then for me it says press R2 to go to rebuild expansion, and then they're just both here and I can click on them. So I'm not sure with the issues you were saying. Obviously you're on Xbox, but yeah, that's just for me. I just scroll over and it goes to them. Yeah. Cheers guys. Thanks for watching and all that, and I'll be back soon again.